I'm going to introduce myself first. My name is Marta Grande. I'm a member of the Italian Parliament. I am the head of the Italian delegation to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and former president of the Foreign Affairs Committee here in this Parliament. We are here today also thanks to our friends and colleague Gennaro Migliore, who asked me to be here and to chair this first session, also because of the work that we have done together over the years, and specifically on the law, the proposal of law that we created in 2020, and that has to do with the help that we want to give to the people that fell in terroristic attacks outside the Italian territory. As you know, Italy has had over the past decades a history of terrorism, and the Italian Parliament has decided over the years to create different laws to address this issue that was very much national. Over the years, and specifically since the beginning of 2000s, we have experienced the issue of terroristic attacks, and many Italians were injured abroad. So this is very much the place where the Italian Parliament is now working on, and I believe that that's very much a good work that we have done in the past few years. Unfortunately, to the pandemic, we couldn't address this issue so far, but I hope that in the next few months, until the end of our legislature, we will find the place and the space to address this important issue that we are now also discussing here with you all today. So, to start, I would like to welcome here the Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies of the Italian Parliament, Mr. Ettore Rosato, that will introduce with his welcome speeches.
Che tu non devi fare mai niente, che fanno tutto loro. Eccoci qui. Bene. Grazie al Marta Grande, grazie all'Assemblea parlamentare del Mediterraneo, al suo Presidente Gennaro Migliore, al Segretario Generale Sergio Piazzi e a tutte le autorità che sono qui presenti. In particolare voglio ringraziare per aver scelto Roma come sede di questo appuntamento. Voglio ringraziare l'Ufficio delle Nazioni Unite per il contrasto al terrorismo. Voglio ringraziare. We didn't have the translation, but if I speak in English, I make mistake. Bene. I ringraziamenti credo che erano comprensibili in tutte le lingue. Ringraziamenti a voi per essere qui e benvenuti nella città di Roma, benvenuti nel nostro Parlamento. Una parola di gratitudine per il Presidente Gennaro Migliore per la conduzione dell'Assemblea parlamentare del Mediterraneo, e al Segretario Generale Ambasciatore Piazzi, ma voglio ringraziare veramente tutte le istituzioni, tutte le autorità che hanno deciso di scegliere Roma come sede per questo importante appuntamento, e in particolare consentitemi di ringraziare il Consiglio dello Shura, dello Stato del Qatar, l'Unione Parlamentare Africana e l'OSCE. Qui oggi avete scelto di mettere al centro un tema che è particolarmente importante, lo è nelle nostre democrazie, nei nostri paesi, lo è perché la minaccia del terrorismo è ancora presente ed è sensibilmente presente nelle preoccupazioni dei nostri cittadini. Dopo il 2001, dopo il settembre del 2001, la minaccia ha cambiato aspetto, ma non è diminuita, anzi anche l'ultimo terribile attentato in Nigeria, che è costato decine di vittime, scuote le nostre coscienze e le nostre responsabilità per fare di più e meglio nel contrasto del terrorismo e nella determinazione di come assistere le vittime del terrorismo. E credo che sia importante che i Parlamenti si applichino in questo e mettano al centro della nostra azione la definizione di legislazioni adeguate per affrontare e fronteggiare questo terribile problema. Oggi si rischia che la nostra attenzione, lo dico misurando le parole, si concentri sul terribile dramma che sta accadendo in Ucraina, dove l'aggressione della Russia ha provocato una guerra che noi europei non ci aspettavamo di rincontrare nel territorio europeo con questa dimensione. Un fatto che sta, destabilizzando la politica mondiale e crea condizioni per un diverso sviluppo, diverse relazioni politiche internazionali. A questo bisogna rispondere certamente con la fermezza della coalizione internazionale che ha detto no alla guerra, no al mancato rispetto delle convenzioni internazionali per la definizione dei confini, no a un'aggressione che non ha nessuna giustificazione, ma bisogna rispondere anche con la consapevolezza che non si possono nascondere gli altri problemi che ci sono nel mondo. E una delle prime cose che noi dobbiamo fare è rafforzare la collaborazione all'interno del Mediterraneo e tra Europa e Africa. Questo è uno spazio politico che noi dobbiamo saper coprire, dobbiamo farlo con una collaborazione politica, con una collaborazione economica, con una collaborazione culturale, ma anche trovando strumenti legislativi per fronteggiare insieme i problemi che maturano. Uno di questi sicuramente è il trovare modalità affini per aiutare e sostenere le vittime del terrorismo e combattere in maniera efficace quelli che sono le nuove forme del terrorismo che agiscono anche sul web, che agiscono anche attraverso canali non tradizionali, che utilizzano strumenti anche più difficilmente costruibili e più difficilmente rintracciabili. Quindi io auguro a questa Assemblea veramente buon lavoro, ringrazio gli ospiti che sono qui a Roma, che sono venuti qui a Roma, spero che la città vi accolga come meritate con la sua consueta ospitalità e spero che anche l'ospitalità del Parlamento, che speriamo di potervi anche, che anzi sicuramente vi faremo vedere nella sua storia, nella sua bellezza, possa lasciarvi quel ricordo importante che ci piace lasciare ai nostri ospiti. Cerchiamo come italiani di coltivare questo senso di ospitalità che è presente nei vostri paesi e che contraddistingue la nostra cultura, cioè quella di rafforzare le nostre amicizie non solo discutendo insieme, ma anche stringendoci la mano e rafforzando le nostre relazioni, guardando indietro alle nostre radici che ci spingono sempre di più a collaborare insieme pensando al nostro futuro. Grazie e buon lavoro.
Thank you very much to our Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies. We now give the floor to Mr. Mauro Miedico, the Deputy Director of United Nations Office of Counterterrorism.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, Vice President Rosato, Honorable Grande and dear colleagues, Speaker Mohamed, colleagues from Qatar and Excellencies. It's a greatest pleasure for me to be also inaugurated today with Vice President Rosato this event here in the eternal city of Rome. And I want to express my sincere thanks on behalf of our Under-Secretary General Vladimir Voronkov and the Secretary General himself that pays a strong attention to the theme of support to victims of terrorism. We are most thankful to our partners, of course, Honorable Migliore and the whole Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, but also the Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe and the African Parliamentary Union that wanted to join their efforts for this very important event. My office, the UN Office of Counterterrorism, is of course leading in supporting member states, and particularly for its counterterrorism center that has developed a number of programs to help members, states who are members of the United Nations in their efforts to prevent and fight terrorism. But we also wanted to add a parliamentary dimension because we have understood how important and how relevant is for us to work with parliamentarians. And to that, I'm most thankful, particularly to the Shura Council of the State of Qatar, who has wanted last year to host our first ever UN office on parliamentary engagement for countering terrorism in Doha, in the State of Qatar, and they are the strongest supporter of our activities. And this dimension of parliamentary engagement is essential for us in all the areas of our work. But today, we really wanted to present to you particularly one tool of which we are most proud. It is called the Model Legislative Provisions on Support to Victims of Terrorism. This model legislation or model provisions was developed over the last 1 year and a half. It was launched in February this year formally in New York, but we have worked hand in hand also with other partners, in particular with the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the UN Office on Drugs and Crime. And the ultimate goal of these model provisions is twofold. First is certainly to help member states reflect on their internal legislation to support victims of terrorism, but also, as a second point, to gather what we could say are the best practices from around the globe that could be hopefully serving all of you to then take immediate action in your own parliaments and strive on the adoption of appropriate national legislation to support victims of terrorism. There cannot be any meaningful and effective fight against terrorism if we do not support first and foremost the victims of terrorism. And of course, I want to thank particularly all those who participated in the development of these model provisions. We had academia, we had parliamentarians, we had members of government, but most importantly, we had civil society, we had victims of terrorism who sat with us and developed this provision together with all the other experts. Let me particularly thank also Professor Ben Saul and Professor Jean Salzer, who have also been instrumental in gathering together all the material and in producing this final work. So I'm really most helpful to say that we count today also with a strong participation from civil society, from victims of terrorism themselves, and we want this event to be a listening event so that all of us can also directly listen from victims of terrorism what are their main needs, what are the main challenges they encounter in their respective countries. And now all of you as parliamentarians can really be a promoter of better and enhanced support to all of the victims of terrorism. With that, I thank you very much, and I hope we can continue this dialogue in each and any of your parliaments, and we are happy and ready to support you directly with the drafting of provisions to support victims. Thank you once more.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now give the floor to Mr. Gennaro, President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean and member of the Chamber of Deputies in Italy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. His Excellency Honorable Ettore Rosato, Deputy Speaker of the Italian Chamber of Deputies, His Excellencies Honorable Giuseppe Moles, Under-Secretary of State of Presidency of Council in Italy, Honorable Abdullah bin Al-Ser Al-Subaye, Member of Shura Council of State of Qatar and Head of the PAM delegation in our Assembly, Distinguished President of the International Parliamentary Assembly, Excellency President of Djibouti, Speaker of Djibouti Parliament, all the guests that which are present today, dear friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As President of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, and I wish to thank the Italian Parliament for hosting this important event, and the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism and the OSCE, the African Parliamentary Union, and the Shura Council of the State of Qatar for having convened in Rome. The multidimensional nature of terrorism poses constantly and evolving challenges for the international community. Among them, providing concrete support to the victims of terrorism is one of the top priorities of our activity and especially for our agenda. In this regard, over the years, our Assembly has debated and unanimously adopted a number of key resolutions with legislative and policy recommendations to PAM national parliaments in order to harmonise legislation and effectively synchronize parliamentary efforts with the global counter-terrorism strategy and the international instrument to support the victims of terrorism. I would also like to recall that PAM was the first international organization to adopt a definition that will be introduced as terrorism. In these regards, I want to stress that the parliamentary activity is very important, dear Mauro, and thanks to your job and to the job of your office, we introduced a new activity because the parliamentary involvement, engagement in this fight is very important, and thanks to the State of Qatar to host this very important office on parliamentary engagement in Doha. Today's meeting follows the launch last January of the UN Model Legislative Provision for the Victims of Terrorism, to which PAM has substantially contributed during the consultation phase that took place in 2020. Now, here we have an extraordinary opportunity to work together, to exchange experience, and to enact laws aimed at further assisting victims of terrorism, to have their voices heard, their needs met, and their rights protected. And my first thought, of course, as mentioned by the Vice President Rosato, is to the last terrorist attack in Nigeria, where over 50 people were killed, and where we are affected, everybody is affected all over the world when one people is killed in one part of the world. For us, each victim of terrorism, it's the same sorrow for our soul, and that's it is important because there is no nationality for the victims of terrorism. They are victims for the humanity. Victims can often feel overlooked, and many have trouble recovering from their trauma, while living with long-term physical, psychological, social, and financial hardship. Today, we stand up for those who have been affected by terrorism to support their right to heal and live with dignity. And I want to add that also everybody is affected by terrorist attack, because when a terrorist attack is posed in action, we are all affected. The victim is in itself, their families, and of course all the community that is affected by this attack. Dear colleagues, over the past years, PAM has given the priority to the work on the issue of the ISIL foreign terrorist fighters, with a specific focus on the implementation of the UN relevant Security Council resolution into national law to repatriate, prosecute, reintegrate and rehabilitate foreign terrorist fighters and guarantee protection for women and children affected by armed conflicts. In that regard, recently some French civil society associations have urged the repatriation of around 200 French children and their jihadist mothers from detention camps in Syria. The aim of this association is to put pressure on the national authorities and to raise the awareness of other governmental institutions in Europe on the conditions to which ISIL foreign fighters and their family members are exposed in Syrian camps pending a trial and a judgment. In these battlefield detention camps, children, 90% of whom are under the age of 12 and half of whom are under the age of 7, are growing up in open-air prison with limited or no access to education, health or hygiene. And that's not normal, because these children are not guilty. They have to be recovered in our society, especially when they have our nationality. Not long ago, also Human Rights Watch highlighted the violence and sexual abuse to which these children are exposed, as well as their mothers, some of whom have been detained in prison and separated from their children for protesting against the present situation. In these conditions, detention camps are a fertile breeding ground for ISIL, of course. Recruitment represent a major threat of terrorist attack worldwide. We must prevent that from happening. Too many are already the direct and indirect victims of all forms of violence. These examples lead us to speak about the importance of the role played by civil society organizations in the initiation, development and implementation of policies and services that support and empower the victims of terrorism. An active non-governmental sector may have a very important function in shaping policies aimed to enhancing the support for the protection of victims. I'm extremely glad that later today we will be able to listen to different victims' associations to promote the role of civil society groups and organizations in complementing state and parliamentary efforts in supporting victims of terrorism and ensuring access to justice. In conclusion, Excellencies, honourable colleagues, parliamentarians play a critical role ensuring that the criminal justice systems can address terrorism through human rights compliant prosecution, tailored rehabilitation and reintegration approach by placing victims of terrorism as the centre of counter-terrorism policies and legislation. Among the PAM member states, let me say something about Italy, whose parliament is hosting us today. We can say that the first post-war terrorist attack was on 1st of May 1947 in Portella della Ginestra, when several farmers were killed by mafia in a very strong terrorist attack. Unfortunately, our country was affected by several terrorist attacks during all our history. Political terrorists from the far right, from the far left organization, mafia terrorist attack, and for us, it's very, very important, and that's why we have a very strong legislation to protect also the victims of terrorism. The terrorists that attack the victim of terrorism in Italy are protected by a very strong law. Thanks to the job of Honorable Marta Grande, we want to implement, as she said before, the protection of victims of terrorism also outside Italy, that after this international attack, the foreign attack in France, in Germany, in Austria, everywhere they appear, in Africa, we want to protect the victims, the Italian victims of terrorism, also from this kind of attack. Italy presents for that an advanced system of adopted measures in favor of victims of terrorism due to our, unfortunately, good, very large experience of terrorist attacks. On the anniversary of Aldo Moro's assassination, the former president of the council of our country and former secretary of Democrazia Cristiana, on 9th May, it is celebrating the day in memory of the victims of terrorism and massacres. This day, established by the Italian Parliament in 2007, combines the memory of those who suffered the dramatic events with the moral support and closeness of institutions and citizens to their families. To conclude, this meeting on the parliamentary support for the victims is a necessary process, and PAM strongly endorses and any further action to facilitate supporting the victim of terrorism. First of all, the next General Conference in New York held by the UNOCT. Thanks for the attention.
Thank you very much, Gennaro. We now give the floor to Honorable Abdullah bin Nasser Al-Subaye, member of the Shura Council of the State of Qatar, on behalf of Mr. Hassan bin Abdullah Al-Ghanim, Speaker of the Shura Council of the State of Qatar. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. سعادة السيد روبرتو فيكو رئيس مجلس النواب الإيطالي، سعادة السيد دوراتي باشيكو رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الدولي، سعادة السيد محمد علي صومد رئيس الاتحاد البرلماني الأفريقي رئيس مجلس النواب في جمهورية جيبوتي، سعادة السيد جينارو ميغلوري رئيس برلمان البحر الأبيض المتوسط، سعادة السيد رينولد لوباتكا نائب رئيس الجمعية البرلمانية لمنظمة الأمن والتعاون في أوروبا، سعادة السيد ماورو ميدييكو نائب مدير مكتب الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب، أصحاب السعادة والأخوات والأخوة رؤساء وأعضاء الوفود، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يشرفني ويسعدني أن أتناول الكلمة أمام جمعكم الكريم باسم سعادة السيد حسن بن عبد الله الغانم رئيس مجلس الشورى في دولة قطر، الذي حالت انشغالاته المكثفة في أعمال المجلس دون حضوره معنا في هذا المؤتمر الهام، ويسرني أن أنقل لكم جميعا تحيات سعادته الصادقة وتمنياته لهذا المؤتمر بالتوفيق والنجاح وبلوغ جميع الأهداف التي انعقد من أجلها. وأود بادئ ذي بدء أن أتوجه بالشكر الجزيل والتقدير العالي لشركائنا في تنظيم المؤتمر، وأخص بالذكر مكتب الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب، ومكتب البرنامج المعني بالمشاركة البرلمانية، وبرلمان البحر الأبيض المتوسط، والاتحاد البرلماني الأفريقي، والجمعية البرلمانية لمنظمة الأمن والتعاون في أوروبا. كما تقدم بالشكر الجزيل لمجلس النواب في جمهورية إيطاليا الذي استضافنا وهيأ لنا جميع سبل النجاح في مؤتمرنا هذا. الأخوة والأخوات الكرام، لا يخفى عليكم أهمية الموضوع الذي أدرج ضمن جدول أعمال مؤتمرنا، وهو مساندة ضحايا الإرهاب. فالجميع يعلم خطورة الإرهاب وانعكاساته السلبية على البشرية وعلى الأمن والسلم الدوليين، والأثر المتعدد الجوانب الذي يتركه في ضحاياه سواء من الناحية الجسدية أو من النواحي الاجتماعية والنفسية. علما أن الأعمال الإرهابية تتسبب في كل عام في قتل وجرح وإصابة آلاف الضحايا الأبرياء في مختلف أنحاء العالم ومن مختلف الانتماءات العرقية والدينية والثقافية. فبقدر ما يجب على المجتمع الدولي تكثيف جهوده وتعزيز تضامنه لمكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف.
Sorry. We have a problem with the translation because we have a problem with the Arab-French translation. I don't know if now it's working, if somebody can tell me. No, mi sa che in inglese non c'è. Abbiamo un problema con l'interpretariato dal francese, dall'arabo al francese. Non ho riscontri. We could hear up to a certain point, but after that it stopped. So I don't know why it's not working. We're trying to figure it out.
When it stop, in which, I don't know which part. Okay. ها؟ لا. اوكي.
So we're trying to fix it.
Okay.
So we're trying to fix it. In the meantime, she kindly agreed to translate simultaneously. So we will try to have this kind of translation in the meantime. So thank you very much for...
Hello? Yes, you can hear me.
Okay, thank you. Maybe you stop. Yeah, sure. الأخوة والأخوات الكرام.
Brothers and sisters.
لا يخفى عليكم أهمية الموضوع الذي أدرج ضمن جدول أعمال مؤتمرنا.
It is evident that the issue we're discussing today is very important.
وهو مساندة ضحايا الإرهاب.
Which is supporting the victims of terrorism.
فالجميع يعلم خطورة الإرهاب وانعكاساته السلبية.
Which reflects the negative effects of terrorism.
على البشرية وعلى الأمن والسلم الدوليين
on humanity, security, and international peace,
والأثر المتعدد الجوانب الذي يتركه في ضحايا
and the negative effects it leaves on victims of terrorism,
سواء من الناحية الجسدية
from bodily harm
أو من النواحي الاجتماعية والنفسية.
or psychological and social.
علما أن الأعمال الإرهابية تتسبب في كل عام
Terrorist acts, they always lead to, every year,
في قتل وجرح وإصابة آلاف الضحايا الأبرياء
in killing and injuring all innocent people
في مختلف أنحاء العالم ومن مختلف الانتماءات العرقية والدينية والثقافية.
from all corners of the world and ethnicities and religious backgrounds.
فبقدر ما يجب على المجتمع الدولي تكثيف جهوده
The international community must try hard to
وتعزيز تضامنه لمكافحة الإرهاب
and get together to counter terrorism
والتطرف العنيف والعمل على تقديم الإرهابيين للعدالة
and violent extremism and present all those terrorists to justice
لينالوا جزاءهم.
so they can get prosecuted for it.
يجب عليه كذلك اتخاذ كل الإجراءات اللازمة والضرورية
That's why we should take all necessary precautions
لحماية ودعم ضحايا الإرهاب
to protect all victims of terrorism
والعمل على سن قوانين وطنية ودولية وإعداد أفضل الممارسات في سبيل ذلك.
in order to have legislation and to share best practices in protecting the victims of terrorism.
وتجدر الإشارة والتنويه بالعمل الكبير التي تقوم به منظمة الأمم المتحدة
And we would like to highlight the great effort of the United Nations in this domain,
في هذا الميدان وبالخصوص عبر مكتب الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب
especially through the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism
ومكتب الأمم المتحدة المعني بالمخدرات والجريمة
and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime.
هذين المكتبين اللذين يقومان بدورهما في تنسيق الجهود الدولية في إطار العدالة الجنائية.
These two organizations are working very hard in order to get justice and legislation in this matter.
لدعم ومساندة ضحايا الإرهاب من خلال إعداد الإطار القانوني
To support victims of terrorism and creating the legislative provisions.
وتقديم المساعدة والدعم للضحايا أثناء التحقيقات.
And to supporting victims of terrorism throughout investigations.
والملاحقات القضائية وتجنيد المجتمع المدني للمؤازرة في هذا الدعم.
And putting them into justice and supporting the civil society.
الأخوة والأخوات الفاضل.
Dear brothers and sisters.
لقد أكدت الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة.
The United Nations has reassured.
في قراراتها على أهمية أن تدرج الدول الأعضاء.
Through its resolutions.
في نظمها القانونية تدابير فعالة متعلقة بحقوق ضحايا الإرهاب.
There are a lot of resolutions that are related to victims of terrorism.
وضرورة دعمهم ومساندتهم.
And the necessity to support them.
كما علينا كبرلمانيين.
And we should as parliamentarians.
فيما بيننا لتعزيز وتقوية عملنا لمكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف.
We should get together and counter terrorism and violent extremism.
وهذه مناسبة سانحة للتنويه بالعمل الذي يقوم به مكتب الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب.
And this is a great opportunity to highlight the great effort by the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism.
ومكتب برنامج الأمم المتحدة المعني بالمشاركة البرلمانية في منع الإرهاب ومكافحته.
And its Office on Parliamentary Engagement in Preventing and Countering Terrorism.
الموجود في مدينة الدوحة والذي يلقى من مجلس الشورى ومن حكومة دولة قطر كل الدعم لجميع مبادراته.
Which is located in Doha and is supported by the Shura Council and the State of Qatar.
أتمنى التوفيق والنجاح لمؤتمرنا هذا.
I wish you good luck in this conference.
والخروج بنتائج تكون من شأنها دعم ومساندة ضحايا الإرهاب في إطار مكافحة هذه الآفة والقضاء عليها لمصلحة الإنسانية جمعاء.
in countering terrorism and having results that protect the needs and the needs of victims of terrorism.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
May God bless you.
And just I want to appreciate also, thank you very much for your good translating.
Thank you very
And you have a good solutions for the problem. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you very much to both of you for. No, it was a great translation. Thank you very much, because I mean otherwise we would have been lost. So now we go to our next speaker, Mr. Mohamed Ali Umad, President of the African Parliamentary Union and Speaker of the National Assembly of Djibouti. The floor is yours.
Excellences, Monsieur le Vice-président de la Chambre des députés d'Italie, Honorable Abdallah bin Nasser Al-Zubayr, représentant le président de la Shura de l'État du Qatar, honorables parlementaires, Monsieur Moro Miedeko, directeur adjoint du Bureau des Nations Unies de lutte contre le terrorisme, Monsieur Reynolds, président du comité ad hoc sur le terrorisme de l'Organisation sur la sécurité et de la coopération de l'Europe, Excellences, Monsieur le Président du Parlement de la Méditerranée, distingués invités, Mesdames et Messieurs, au nom de l'Union parlementaire africaine, de l'Assemblée nationale de Djibouti et à mon nom personnel, je voudrais exprimer ma gratitude à son Excellence M. Roberto Fico, président du Parlement italien, pour avoir accepté d'accueillir la présente conférence, pour les dispositions prises pour sa bonne organisation, ainsi que pour la présence donc parmi nous donc du vice-président du Parlement d'Italie. Il me plaît également de saluer l'accompagnement permanent de la Shura du Qatar et sa disponibilité à appuyer les efforts de coordination dans la lutte contre le terrorisme. Enfin, permettez-moi de rendre hommage au partenariat exemplaire dont font preuve la Shura de l'État du Qatar, le Bureau des Nations Unies de lutte contre le terrorisme et l'extrémisme violent, l'Assemblée parlementaire de la Méditerranée, l'Organisation de la coopération et de la sécurité en Europe et l'Union parlementaire africaine. Leurs efforts conjoints ont permis la création de ce cadre de dialogue et d'échange d'expériences et de bonnes pratiques dans la lutte contre le terrorisme. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, le thème qui nous réunit aujourd'hui est central et d'une grande importance puisqu'il porte sur le soutien à apporter aux victimes du terrorisme. Quelle noble tâche que de réfléchir et de rechercher le meilleur moyen de rendre vie à ceux qui sont morts, à ceux qui sont handicapés, traumatisés, de leur exprimer notre solidarité, notre reconnaissance, notre assistance, notre sympathie. Comme l'a si bien indiqué le secrétaire général de l'ONU, M. Antonio Guterres, faisons tout ce qui est en notre pouvoir pour que le sort des victimes du terrorisme ne tombe pas dans l'oubli. Le niveau de prise en charge, le type et la qualité des soutiens qui sont apportés aux victimes du terrorisme, le devoir de mémoire qui leur est consacré, différent selon le pays. Si certains États disposent de lois spécifiques pour l'aide et l'assistance à apporter aux victimes du terrorisme, d'autres ne les ont pas encore élaborées. Il arrive aussi que ces lois existent mais qu'elles ne soient pas appliquées. Dans certains pays, au titre du devoir mémoriel, des musées, des monuments, des stèles sont dédiés aux victimes du terrorisme et leurs enfants considérés comme pupilles de la nation. Et c'est en cela que notre conférence est importante et qu'elle peut être naturellement enrichissante. Elle constitue le cadre idéal d'échange et de rapprochement de nos expériences et de nos bonnes pratiques visant la réhabilitation et la réintégration des victimes du terrorisme. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, c'est le lieu de saluer l'engagement des uns et des autres à plus de solidarité avec les victimes du terrorisme, la détermination à leur apporter l'assistance dont ils ont besoin, ainsi que le respect que nous leur devons. L'État, les organisations de la société civile, l'ensemble des citoyens doivent davantage coordonner leurs efforts, mieux mutualiser leurs moyens pour traiter les victimes du terrorisme avec dignité et considération. Leurs souffrances doivent être celles de tous, car à travers elles, ce sont les fondements de nos valeurs et de nos institutions qui sont visés. Dans l'épreuve de force de longue haleine qui est engagée entre ceux qui sèment la terreur et la mort et ceux qui œuvrent pour la paix, la nation doit se montrer reconnaissante en renforçant ses capacités de réponse aux attentes des victimes du terrorisme. Excellences, si nous admettons que des initiatives heureuses ont été prises dans le cadre de l'aide aux victimes du terrorisme, il reste que sur le terrain, le désarroi est encore très grand. Le désespoir est omniprésent. Les populations des zones attaquées, traumatisées et désemparées. C'est pourquoi nous lançons un appel pour plus de solidarité internationale, régionale et nationale à l'endroit des victimes du terrorisme. Sous aucun prétexte, à ce niveau, nous ne devons baisser la garde et les efforts de l'ONU et des Nations Unies et des nations plus nantis, ainsi que la solidarité régionale et nationale doivent être poursuivies, renforcées et soutenues. C'est sur cette note d'espoir que je voudrais terminer, en espérant que nos échanges d'expériences renforceront notre détermination à prendre en compte les besoins légitimes des populations meurtries par la barbarie du terrorisme. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the inconvenience of not having the English translation at first. Hopefully it's solved, it's okay from now on. We now go to our next speaker, Honorable Reynold Lopatka, Vice President and Chair of the Ad Hoc Committee on Counterterrorism, Parliamentary Assembly of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, and member of the National Council of Austria.
Yeah, Excellencies, dear Ettore, Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies, dear Marta and Gennaro, thank you very much for the hospitality and the chance to have this important conference here in the wonderful city of Rome. It is my pleasure to be with you, and I am thankful to UNOCT and the new office in Doha and the support of Qatar that we can work fighting terrorism and having in mind also the victims of terrorism. And I say thank you to all the participants for your time, and I'm looking forward to discussing with you this important issue. But I have to mention at the beginning, as my colleagues did before, and I would like to offer heartfelt condolences to the families and loved ones of all the victims of terrorism. And each week we see new attacks. Last week in Mali, 2 days ago in Nigeria, and who knows where we will have the next terrorist attacks next week. We hear a lot about these terrorists. We see their pictures and videos on internet. But we rarely hear about those who were killed, who were injured, men, women, very often also children. And we don't know a lot about them, how they have to suffer after such terrorist attacks, which change their lives forever. And this conference is important because we have the opportunity to highlight the tragic human costs of terrorism. And here it is important to involve victims of terrorism in this work. Victims of terrorism can contribute a lot in this work to fighting the impunity of terrorists and extremist groups during investigations. Victims are extremely powerful and credible messengers. I had the chance to meet victims of terrorism different times. They put a human face to the impact of terrorism, and they help us to develop a counter-narrative against this narrative of terrorists. And so I think we have to do a lot, especially in social media, to start with this counter-narrative. It is very important to change those narratives of fear and hatred. And we as parliamentarians, we should always work with civil society and international organizations. Here we can be bridge builders, and it's our job as parliamentarians to be as close as possible with our citizens. And parliamentarians, firstly, are responsible for shaping the legislative and policy frameworks. Secondly, we have to support the implementation of international counterterrorism obligations, which is so important when I look to my colleagues from the Sahel, for example, the G5 of Sahel, to help them there. Then, of course, we have influence on budget allocations, and we have to oversee government actions, that governments don't use terrorism to bring their citizens in a situation that governments don't respect the personal freedom, that terrorism is also misused. Here we have to have open eyes. And for us as the OSCE BA, we are an organization with 57 countries, from Vancouver in Canada, as we say, to Vladivostok in Russia. We have now our internal problems, of course, after the war in Ukraine, which was mentioned already, this terrible war. But as the name of our organization says, we are an organization for security and cooperation. So even in these days, we have worked together with all our members in fighting terrorism. So what I want to say is, for us, it is very important to bring within these 57 countries this important item on the agenda. We will do it in July. We have our assembly in Birmingham. There we have a new detailed draft resolution on victims of terrorism, so that all the representatives of these 57 countries, some hundreds of parliamentarians will be there, will be confronted with this important topic. So let us make the best of this conference to promote a greater understanding among policymakers of this complex issue. And my colleagues, Pia Kauma from Finland, Kamil Aydin from Turkey, and also Tsokpa Damdin from Mongolia, sitting here. So you see, from all these 57 countries will contribute today and tomorrow. Thank you very much that we have this chance, and I look forward to discussing this important topic with you, with experts and victims of terrorism. All three are very important for this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Reynold, for your intervention. I also want to give a thank to all the people that are following online. We see that there are lots of people that probably couldn't come, but they are connected. So we just want to say hi to them and to say bye to the Vice President of the Chamber of Deputies, who has to leave us. Thank you very much for coming here with us. And now we go to our next 4 speakers before the coffee break. We start with Senator Tarek Nosseir, member of Arab Parliament and member of the Senate of Egypt. The floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم أجمعين. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنقل إليكم تحيات السيد عادل عبد الرحمن العسومي رئيس البرلمان العربي الذي لم يتمكن من الحضور. يطيب لي بداية أن أعبر عن سعادتي البالغة للمشاركة في هذا المؤتمر الهام، معربا عن خالص الشكر وعظيم التقدير للدولة المضيفة إيطاليا، وإلى مكتب الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب، وبرلمان البحر الأبيض المتوسط، والجمعية البرلمانية لمنظمة الأمن والتعاون في أوروبا، والاتحاد البرلماني الإفريقي، ومجلس الشورى بدولة قطر على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر وما بذلوه من جهود مقدرة في هذا الشأن. إن أهمية هذا المؤتمر تنبع من قيمة الموضوع الذي يتصدى له، وهو تعزيز الدور الذي يمكن أن يقوم به البرلمانيون لدعم ضحايا الإرهاب، والذي لا يقع على عاتق المؤسسات أو المنظمات المعنية بحقوق الإنسان وحدها، ولكنه يعد مسؤولية تشاركية تحتاج إلى تكامل جهود جميع المؤسسات، وعلى رأسها المؤسسات البرلمانية الذي يمثلها حضراتكم، وهو انطلاقا من دورها التشريعي والرقابي المخول لهم دستوريا وقانونيا، سواء على مستوى البرلمانات الوطنية أو دورها السياسي على مستوى المنظمات البرلمانية الإقليمية والدولية. الحضور الكريم، يكتسب موضوع دعم وحماية حقوق ضحايا الإرهاب أهمية كبيرة، بل يعد من السبل الرئيسية لمكافحة الإرهاب والحد من انتشاره. فضحايا الإرهاب في حاجة ماسة إلى سماع أصواتهم ودعم احتياجاتهم وتأييد حقوقهم، وهو ما يتطلب تبادل الخبرات الوطنية والإقليمية والدولية للتوصل إلى أفضل الممارسات النموذجية بشأن التعامل معهم، وتعميم هذه الممارسات على المستوى العالمي، وذلك للوفاء باحتياجات هؤلاء الضحايا على المستوى كافة. ومن الأهمية بمكان أن نتبنى نظرة شاملة ومتكاملة في التعامل مع ضحايا الإرهاب، لأن الضرر الذي يلحق بهم ليس ضررا ماديا أو جسديا فقط، وإنما يشمل كافة أوجه الحياة بمفهومها الشامل، وبالتالي فإن الدعم المقدم لهذه الفئة يجب أن يشمل جميع النواحي، سواء القانونية أو الاقتصادية أو الاجتماعية أو المالية أو الصحية أو التعليمية أو الثقافية أو غيرها. وبالتوازي مع البحث عن أفضل السبل لدعم ضحايا الإرهاب، هناك حاجة إلى زيادة الوعي العالمي بأهمية هذه القضية لمساعدة ومؤازرة هؤلاء الضحايا وذويهم، وتوجيه انتباه الرأي العام العالمي إلى حجم المعاناة الذي يلحقها الإرهاب بالعائلات والأسر البريئة. والحقيقة أن هذا المؤتمر الذي نحن بصدده وغيره من الفعاليات المماثلة يعتبر خطوة مهمة في هذا الاتجاه. الحضور الكريم، منذ فترة قليلة صدر عن كل من مكتب الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب ومكتب الأمم المتحدة المعني بالمخدرات والجريمة والاتحاد البرلماني الدولي مجموعة من الأحكام التشريعية النموذجية لدعم وحماية حقوق ضحايا الإرهاب واحتياجاتهم، وهي ثمرة جهد كبير قامت به هذه الجهات الثلاثة في إطار برنامج التعاون المشترك القائم بينهم. وأود أن أنتهز فرصة عقد هذا المؤتمر المتميز لأدعو إلى الاسترشاد بهذه الأحكام النموذجية من أجل إعداد تشريعات وطنية في جميع دول العالم لدعم حقوق ضحايا الإرهاب وإعادة إدماجهم وتأهيلهم مرة أخرى في المجتمع. كما أدعو كذلك إلى مراجعة التشريعات القائمة بالفعل لكي تتواكب مع المستجدات، وذلك بطريقة تساعد في إعادة تأهيل هؤلاء الضحايا وإدماجهم مرة أخرى في المجتمع. والحقيقة أن القضايا المتعلقة بدعم ضحايا الإرهاب تحظى باهتمام كبير من جانب البرلمان العربي الذي أمثله، وذلك في استراتيجية عمله الحالية. فقد أكد البرلمان العربي في الوثيقة الشاملة لمكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف التي صدرت عنه على مجموعة من التوصيات المهمة في هذا الشأن، منها ضرورة سن تشريعات على المستويين العربي والوطني تكفل رعاية ودعم ضحايا العمليات الإرهابية، وإنشاء صناديق عربية وطنية لدعمهم مع وضع آليات فعالة لتنظيم عمل هذه الصناديق. وخلال الفترة القادمة سوف يعمل المركز العربي لمكافحة الإرهاب والفكر المتطرف الذي استحدثه البرلمان العربي مؤخرا كآلية عربية لدعم جهود الدول العربية لمكافحة الإرهاب على إعداد قانون عربي استرشادي لدعم ضحايا الإرهاب. ونتطلع إلى أن يكون هناك تعاون بناء بين المركز ومكتب الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب في إعداد مشروع هذا القانون استرشادا بالأحكام النموذجية المشار إليها. الحضور الكريم، إن إلقاء نظرة عامة على المحاور الرئيسية لجلسات هذا المؤتمر تعطي لنا صورة مسبقة عن المخرجات الهامة التي ننتظرها منه، لا سيما وأنه يتناول موضوعات على درجة كبيرة من الأهمية ويشارك في مناقشتها خبراء ومتخصصون في مختلف الجهات المعنية بدعم ضحايا الإرهاب، وهو ما يعكس الجهود الحثيثة التي بذلها مكتب الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب وشركائه من أجل تنظيم هذا المؤتمر. في الختام أجدد شكري لجميع القائمين على هذا المؤتمر وأشكركم على حسن الاستماع، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much. We now give the floor to Mr. Gonzalo de Salazar, Deputy Head of the Mission of Spain to Italy. The floor is yours.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, terrorism in all its forms and manifestations remains a global and transnational challenge. Terrorist attacks have claimed thousands of innocent lives, and we cannot erase those sad memories. But we can help victims and survivors cope and heal by listening to them and supporting them. Today's high-level conference on parliamentary support to victims of terrorism in Rome is an important milestone in our work to support those that have been injured, traumatized, or have lost their lives during terrorist attacks. The launch of the Group of Friends of Victims of Terrorism 3 years ago was the culmination of considerable efforts by a number of member states to ensure that victims are at the forefront of the international community's work to counter terrorism and prevent violent extremism. The Group of Friends was the initiative of the permanent missions of Afghanistan and Spain to the United Nations in 2019. Spain now co-chairs the group with Iraq. The Group of Friends seeks to promote a comprehensive approach towards the promotion and protection of the human rights of the victims of terrorism and to advocate their diverse needs in the short, medium, and long term. We also seek to promote a balanced implementation of the United Nations Global Counterterrorism Strategy, as well as other relevant General Assembly and Security Council resolutions related to supporting victims of terrorism and give the latter a voice at the international level. Together, we are pushing forward a very ambitious agenda to put victims at the center of the fight against terrorism. I will highlight the three main results. Spain co-facilitated the 7th review of the Global Counterterrorism Strategy in 2021, concluded with its adoption by consensus by the General Assembly in June last year. This review has given the strategy its comprehensive character, in which aspects such as the respect for human rights and the rule of law, support to victims, civil society participation, and the gender perspective are central alongside security aspects. Second, the Conference on Human Rights, Civil Society, and the Fight Against Terrorism, which took place in Malaga in May this year, was the first conference to integrate these three concepts in its title. Many of those present at this conference today also attended the Malaga conference, and we probably remember with emotion the testimony of the victims who participated in the thematic session dedicated to them. We believe that the Malaga conference was a decisive step in the right direction to be followed by many others. And the next step will be the first Global Congress of Victims of Terrorism on the 8th and 9th of September in New York. It will be the culmination of Spain's work as co-chair of the group of friends. We aim to achieve the creation of a global network of associations of victims of terrorism and the establishment of a trust fund for them. These are ambitious goals, and we will need everyone's support to achieve them. Finally, I would like to highlight the forthcoming opening of a United Nations Counterterrorism Office in Madrid to support programs and projects. The office in Madrid will have three priority programs: victims of terrorism, vulnerable targets, and the role of sports in preventing violent extremism. This office is very important for Spain, which has always made the fight against terrorism a priority of its foreign policy. There must be more room for the meaningful engagement of civil society actors and greater commitment to the human rights of victims in national laws and policies. In this regard, I want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to all the associations of civil society committed to these common goals in support of victims of terrorism for your courage, your strength, and above all, your efforts. However, there are also other challenges to be addressed. Among them, a regulatory landscape on victims needs to be developed. For this reason, these common efforts of the international community require the involvement of parliaments to develop legislation to address all these issues. And today's conference in Rome will allow parliamentarians from different countries, together with national experts, United Nations representatives, and civil society, to identify solutions and make a contribution to global efforts in counterterrorism and the prevention of violent extremism. This high-level conference and other international events aim to be a testament to the importance of multilateralism and international cooperation to achieve our common goals. Let me finish by thanking the Chamber of Deputies of Italy for hosting this important conference, which reflects Italy's commitment to global efforts in counterterrorism and the prevention of violent extremism. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. De Salazar. We now give the floor to Mr. Vittorio Corzio from the Vittorio Corzio Foundation.
It is a great honor to speak in front of such qualified audience. And for this I thank Honorable Gennaro Migliore, President of PAM, to whom I also extend my congratulations for having been able to gather so many high-level and diverse speakers to contribute to the issue of how parliaments can support the victims of terrorism. My personal answer to this issue is memory. My family has been devastated by terrorism. My grandfather, a judge who followed hot investigations, was killed in Italy, in Rome, in 1976 by a neo-fascist terrorist commando. Killers' links with other international organizations, secret services, and organized crime have also been discovered. Many of these links are still unknown. We have set up a foundation that bears the name of my grandfather, who is also mine, which aims to make his example existing, preventing new forms of violence and crime, inviting even the youngest not to forget. The Italian Parliament approved a law in 2007 for the memory of victims of terrorism, which bloodied Italy in the 70s and 80s. In this law, a National Day of Remembrance was established. The commitment of the supreme democratic body to remember is a very significant, imposing memory. It should be done everywhere. Memory makes us read again the facts of the past in the face of today's problems. We can ask ourselves what really died and what is still alive. What is that little part that has left a lasting trace, and what that much which instead remains in the yesterday? It is beautiful to breathe here the common and supportive appeal to memory. But this must not be an empty commemorative remembrance. Memory is much more. It is a distance from everyday life that allows to analyze problems and solutions from the past and apply them to today. This is one of the main tasks of today's and tomorrow high-level event, which is placed with an ear to tradition. Such a respect is not easy to find, Honorable Migliore. Thank you again. Tradition is from Latin tradere, a handing over from one era to another. Memory, and thus tradition, teach us to see what kind of suffering the contemporary world is experiencing. On one hand, the techno-economy, which does not take place within any boundaries and dominates the world with scientific discoveries. On the other hand, the restless subsoil of ancient nationalities and individual lives. These, now violent and cruel, now locked in silent anguish, now capable of shaking everything. The conflict in Ukraine demonstrates this. Thus, memory allows to regain the right distance from things, and also to glimpse lights of hope in the development of cooperation between peoples and parliaments that represent them. To all of us, the best wishes of a great job. The future of our time depends also on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Occorzio. We now give the floor to our last speaker before our coffee break, Professor Jacqueline Odulla, Chair of IPU High-Level Advisory Group on Countering Terrorism and Violent Extremism, and member of the National Assembly of Kenya, also the first lady that we host here. The floor is yours.
His Excellency Migliore, President, Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean and member of the Chamber of Deputies of Italy, Mr. Mauro, Deputy Director, Chief Special Projects and Innovation Branch, UNOCT, His Excellency Mohamed Ali Humed, President, African Parliamentary Union and Speaker of the National Assembly of Djibouti, Moderator, Honorable Marta Grande, Member of the Chamber of Deputies of Italy, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of Parliament, it is an honor for me to be here as chair of the High-Level Advisory Group on Counterterrorism and Violent Extremism of the Interparliamentary Union, and also as a member of the National Assembly of Kenya. I want to agree with the sentiments that have been expressed by speakers here today, and indeed not take too much time, because as was indicated, this is an opportunity for us to listen. I bring greetings from the IPU, but much more significantly, I would like to highlight that the IPU places extremely significant priorities on issues that would relate to building the capacities of parliaments to tackle issues that relate to counter-terrorism and eliminating violent extremism, and in particular, as is the concern of our conference today, support for victims of terrorism. In this regard, I just want to point out that indeed the IPU has to date held the first global summit on parliamentarians on counterterrorism, and the major objective of this meeting that took place in 2021 was to identify lasting solutions and make parliamentary contributions to global efforts that would indeed be linked to their legislative activities, and in particular to the legislations that are brought therein. In this regard, I then also bring your attention to the updates on the IPU's work on different products and activities, in particular the mobile legislation provisions on victims of terrorism that were adopted on 4th February 2022 by the IPU, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, and the United Nations Office of Counterterrorism, UNOCT. In particular, it is important that I highlight that the purpose of developing the mobile legislative provisions were twofold. First, that the provision would serve as example for the review of existing legislation and procedures relating to victims of terrorism in line with recent advances on the subject matter, and the drafting of legislation where no current legislation existed. Secondly, that they would systematize and promote the exchange of information between parliaments on existing good practices. Additionally, from IPU's point of view, the launch of the mobile legislative provisions would draw attention to the urgency of taking concrete steps to protect, assist, and support victims of terrorism. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as was indicated by Honorable Reinhard Lopakter, who is the immediate chair of the High-Level Advisory Group, the High-Level Advisory Group at IPU also does create and put great emphasis on the call for Sahel. Indeed, at the meeting that was held of the IPU in March this year, there is a clear indication that the IPU places very significant concern on a plan of action that has agreed upon with a number of IPU partners, including the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, the G5 Sahel Interparliamentary Committee, and others. In this regard, it is indeed important that as we discuss today, we bear in mind that it is really urgently needed that we address all cases of terrorism, victims of terrorism, wherever it is that they do occur. And I must say that it is an honor for me not just to be the chair of the high-level advisory group, but I did come into IPU as a representative of the Africa geopolitical region, and I bring a heavy burden and weight as we continue to look at how we address issues of victims of terrorism and what is happening in the world wherever it occurs. But I want, honorable ladies and gentlemen, to call and to truly get us not to forget what is happening in the Sahel. In conclusion, honorable ladies and gentlemen, because I had the honor to participate in an activity, a virtual activity that addressed the importance of model legislative provisions to strengthen the comprehensive national assistance plans for victories of terrorism, I bring, just in conclusion, what I shared then in June last year, which presents the case in Kenya. In particular, I'd like to address the importance of coming up with compensations for victims of terrorism. In Kenya, this has faced various challenges, despite the many cases that we know. There still exists a lack of clear mechanism that would provide provisions for victims of terrorism. In particular, there is need and work that is going on to ensure that Kenya's Prevention of Terrorism Act, that was amended in 2014, and which provides for the creation of the Compensation of Victims of Terrorism Fund, and which has very clear stipulations, is followed and brought to application in a most particular way. Also, it is important to emphasize that there is a clear role of parliamentarians in championing the cause of women, of girls, of children as victims of terrorism. And I'm sure as we continue to discuss, I could share some of the very specific aspects that were highlighted. And finally, that indeed, as we hold this high-level conference, that is indeed one that is geared on looking at parliamentary support to victims of terrorism, to reiterate once again that parliamentarians' work is threefold, that we not only engage in legislation, which in my view, particularly looking at our work in Kenya, tends to be the one that we focus on most, but it is also related to oversight. Any parliament in the world, wherever they are, has the vital role of ensuring that whatever is indeed legislated, whatever policies are presented, whichever way the executive seeks to work, that the parliaments do undertake proper oversight. I would call upon us that we do not forget this, even as we look at legislation. And finally, that parliamentarians and parliaments are the representatives and the voice of the people. It is my sincere hope and prayer that as members of parliament, we do not forget that we are here today representing the thousands and thousands of people who live in fear, a number of whom face untold extents and levels of terrorism, and who are helpless. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
So before we stop for a coffee break, we have the the Vice President of the Cameroonian Senate that it's online. I wanted to say something. I don't know if he or she can hear us. I don't know if he is online. Is the Vice President of the Cameroonian Senate online? Sir, you should activate your microphone, otherwise we cannot hear you. Okay, then we will postpone it after the coffee break for the intervention of the Vice President of the Cameroonian Senate. It's just a 15 minutes break, so we'll all see each other here in 15 minutes.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we continue with the session. It's a pleasure for me to introduce the next session, which is going to focus on the presentation of the model legislative provisions to support and protect the rights and needs of victims of terrorism. And for me, it's a pleasure and a privilege to introduce the two professors, our experts of the United Nations Office on Counterterrorism, that has elaborated this important and relevant tool. It's a pleasure for me to introduce Professor Ben Sol. He's a chair of international law at the University of Sydney and an associate fellow of the Chatham House in London. Professor Ben has published 20 books, over 100 articles, hundreds of other publications, and he has taught law in universities like Oxford, Harvard, the Hague Academy of International Law, also in China, in India, in Nepal, Cambodia, Italy. And it's also a pleasure for me to introduce our other expert, Professor John Sulzer. Professor John Sulzer is attorney at law with more than 20 years experience in the fields of international criminal law, human rights, and terrorism, and with significant expertise in strategic litigation and assisting victims of international crimes at the national and international level. She is head of the International Justice Commission of Amnesty International in France, and she has also taught law in different universities. Of course, she has also written several books and articles, and we are especially grateful to her because we know that she's just waiting to share with us her knowledge on the presentation of the model legislative provision before she's going to the court, because she has the final pledging for the Paris terrorist attacks. So Professor Sulzer, Professor Sol, it's a pleasure. You have the floor, please.
Your Excellencies, I'm very pleased to join you from the depths of winter here in Sydney, and I'm so sorry not to be able to be there with you in the glorious summer in Rome. Now, we're delighted to present you this morning with an overview of the model legislative provisions on victims of terrorism, which provide comprehensive guidance and recommendations to lawmakers on how to protect the rights of victims of terrorism under national law and through international cooperation. They are based on existing international law on victims of crime and human rights violations, as applied to the special needs and vulnerabilities of victims of terrorism. They're the result of extensive research into good national practices from many countries and wide consultations with hundreds of experts from states, international organisations, and civil society. They are sensitive to the similarities, but also the differences faced by victims in different countries. Throughout, they emphasise the pivotal role of including victims and victims' associations in protecting, implementing, and publicising the rights of victims of terrorism. The provisions inclusively apply to all victims of terrorism in a state's territory, regardless of nationality. They also enable states to assist their own nationals when they are victims of terrorism abroad, such as through consular assistance and other recognised forms of international cooperation. The provisions take a strong human rights-based approach, addressing 5 fundamental rights of victims. The first is the right to assistance, which concerns the rights of victims to receive all of the forms of assistance that are necessary to meet their needs as victims, including material and humanitarian assistance for basic needs, medical and psychological care, support, such as in the areas of education, training, employment, and livelihoods. They allow flexibility in how assistance is provided, whether through governmental means, voluntary associations, community-based or private means, but in all cases, whichever method is chosen, they ensure that assistance is always adequate, coordinated, and respects the rights of victims. In particular, they ensure that assistance is accessible on a non-discriminatory basis, including to victims with special needs or vulnerabilities. The provisions are realistic and they acknowledge the resource implications for states of providing assistance. They invoke the well-accepted duty of states to progressively realise social and economic rights, such as rights to healthcare and social support, in accordance with the maximum of the state's available resources, while ensuring that minimum essential levels of assistance are always provided and remedies are available where assistance is arbitrarily withheld. The second fundamental right is the right to reparation. This right aims to ensure that victims have access to the necessary remedies for all of the harms they suffer as a result of terrorism. As in the area of human rights, reparation must be full, adequate, effective, and prompt. It's well known that reparation includes, firstly, restitution, to restore the victim to the situation they enjoyed prior to being a victim of a terrorist act, where that is possible. If it's not possible, then the next element is a right of compensation. In addition, reparation encompasses measures of rehabilitation, medical and social, as well as satisfaction and guarantees of non-repetition where possible. Reparation can be provided on an individual and a collective basis, as where whole communities or their livelihoods or cultural and religious practices are affected by terrorism in some countries. The provisions allow reparation to be provided by a terrorist perpetrator in criminal or civil court proceedings, but they also allow for the state to establish accessible administrative procedures and a no-fault compensation fund for victims, which is particularly important where remedies are simply not available from the perpetrators themselves. Measures of satisfaction as an element of reparation are especially significant for victims of terrorism. The provisions accordingly address the right to know the truth about terrorist crimes, to publicly acknowledge the harm done, to restore victims' dignity, and to preserve historical memory. Such measures could include, for example, public commemorations or tributes to victims, as well as structural measures to prevent future terrorist acts, including by addressing the conditions conducive to terrorism, preventing human rights violations, and resolving protracted conflicts and inequality. The third fundamental right is the right to protective measures. These guide states in identifying and mitigating risks to the physical safety and security, as well as the psychological integrity and privacy of victims and their families. Such risks could arise from violence or intimidation by terrorist groups or their sympathisers, but protective measures also concern protection against the psychological risks from adverse media exposure or inadequate responses by public authorities or other assistance providers or even the courts. The provisions ensure that victims' protection needs are properly assessed and that effective measures are taken to protect them, whether outside or inside the courtroom. These could include measures to protect a person against physical attacks or prevent unjustified intrusion by the media or unlawful disclosures of private information by the authorities or other service providers. The fourth fundamental right is the right to access justice, a vital step in realising all of the other rights to assistance, reparation and protection is ensuring that victims have effective access to those rights. This necessarily includes providing information about available administrative and legal proceedings to access justice, and assistance in navigating the complexities of such processes for the many victims who are unfamiliar with legal processes. The provisions suggest concrete measures to facilitate victim participation in legal proceedings, whether in formal judicial processes or less formal or restorative justice settings. Where terrorism has a transnational dimension, international cooperation in accessing justice is essential. The provisions facilitate this by incorporating existing frameworks on consular assistance and mutual legal assistance, and identifying additional voluntary means of interstate coordination to facilitate victims' rights, including to reparation and compensation. The fifth and final fundamental right is the right to information. Providing victims with information relevant to them as victims is essential to enable them to obtain effective remedies. The provisions ensure that victims receive timely, accessible, and accurate information about their rights and about how, where, and when they can exercise these rights. Thank you for your attention, and I'll now hand over to my colleague, Jean, to continue our presentation.
Thank you so much, Ben, and Your Excellencies. Thank you so much for the invitation. I apologize that I'm not able to be with you today, but I will join you tomorrow morning. So I will continue with some of other issues that are covered in the model legislative provisions. So in addition to those 5 fundamental human rights that have been described by Ben, the model legislative provisions also addresses a range of cross-cutting issues, as well as operational matters that are considered to be key to the implementation and the protection of these rights of victims of terrorism. So I'll highlight 5 of these. The first one being the need to establish or to put in place a coordination body or mechanism, which should be a permanent, inclusive, and centralized body or contact point, which aims at facilitating and coordinating the information and support services for the benefit of victims of terrorism. This has been considered as a good practice to develop comprehensive and coordinated measures for the benefit of victims of terrorism. It is also important, this mechanism, in order to reduce the risk of receiving contradictory information, which sometimes happen, and also to strengthen the cooperation between the relevant authorities and other actors, including civil society organization. Such a body could also be a central referral mechanism in order to identify victims' needs and to refer them to the relevant service providers, such as a referral mechanism. It could also include the creation of a voluntary-based registry, which is one of the ideas that is included in the model legislative provisions, a registry which would enable a better access for the victims to their rights. And this is also considered as a good practice by the UN Special Rapporteur on the promotion of truth, justice, and reparation. In addition to that coordination body, another cross-cutting issue is one of the issue of training, which is of course essential. There is a focus in the model provisions on victim-sensitive training that needs to be organized for all actors that are in contact with victims of terrorism in order to promote a victim sensitivity and impartial, respectful, and professional treatment of victims, including by addressing issues such as stereotypes, misconceptions, and stigmas. Trainings should be gender mainstreamed and addressing risks of secondary victimization. There should also be more specialized training appropriate to the specific roles of the different actors that are in contact with victims. The first cross-cutting or transversal issue is that of the pivotal role and essential role of civil society organizations. The provisions recognize the right of victims of terrorism to create victims association and the role of these organizations, in addition to civil society organizations, not only victims association, but civil society organizations more generally, in the identification of needs and protection, implementation, and awareness raising of the rights of victims of terrorism. The provisions recognize also the need to protect victims association from threats, from intimidation or retaliation. Many of the protective measures for individual victims are also relevant for victims association and civil society organizations. For example, such associations must be permitted to participate in proceedings concerning victims. That's also considered as a good practice. The fourth issue is that of looking at the specific vulnerabilities of a number of groups. So the model legislative provisions contain chapters, individual chapters that address issues concerning those groups with special vulnerabilities or needs, and the legal framework that apply to them. These include child victims, who must be treated in accordance with international standards and norms regarding child rights and juvenile justice, in particular the Convention on the Rights of the Child and the 2005 UN Guidelines on Justice in Matters Involving Child Victims and Witnesses of Crimes. The second category of groups with special vulnerabilities within the broader groups of victims of terrorism or victims of sexual and gender-based violence when committed by terrorist group. Victims of sexual and gender-based violence must be recognized as victims, irrespective of their perceived status and affiliation with such groups. And all measures in the provisions are applied in a gender-sensitive and victim-centered manner. The third group are the victims of trafficking, who should first and foremost be recognized as victims, and they should not be prosecuted for unlawful acts committed as a direct result of having been subject to trafficking. They must be protected in a victim-centered and gender-sensitive manner, given tailored, comprehensive, multidisciplinary assistance. And it's important also to note that the model provisions include special evidentiary standards and procedure that should apply in legal proceedings to prevent secondary victimization here as well. The provisions also recognize more generally that assistance, protection, and justice for victims of terrorist acts may face additional challenges in situations involving armed conflict and displacement. They are entitled to protection in accordance with applicable international humanitarian law, and as well international refugee law and humanitarian assistance in general. The fifth group is that those called the cross-border victims, transnational victims, foreign victims of terrorist attacks abroad outside of their own state. These should also be protected, and in particular, the right to information should be enforced so that they are able to access the same rights and services without any discrimination based on their nationality. In addition to these, there are a series of general principles that are relevant and applicable throughout the provisions that I would just like to describe very briefly. These are first and foremost, and Ben already stated these, a human rights-based approach. So all the measures in the model legislative provisions must respect human rights and the principle of non-discrimination, whether this is in relation to victims, to fair trial of the alleged perpetrators, media freedoms, or the public's more general right to information. The second general principle is that of a victim-centered approach, and this is key to the implementation of these model provisions. All measures must be victim-centered. That means that there needs to be an individual assessment of the needs of the victims, the implementation of the do no harm principle, being sensitive to personal circumstances and vulnerabilities, including gender, age, disabilities, special needs, and social, economic, and cultural circumstances. Another transversal principle is that of assistance providers need to be accountable for their treatment and implementation of the measures for the benefit of victims, including through independent review of any decisions and remedies if these have a potential of reaching the rights of victims. So that issue of accountability is one also of importance. And finally, very important general principle is that principle of non-hierarchy between victims. The model provisions stress that any measure that aim at protecting victims of terrorism should not result in discriminating against or unequal treatment of victims of other crimes, human rights violations, or conflict-related violence or affected communities. In conclusion, we hope that the model legislative provisions will aid or support states in their efforts to assist and protect victims of terrorism in a manner that is adapted to each national legal system and in consistency with international law. These provisions are the result of a fruitful cooperation and discussion between UNOCT, the Interparliamentary Union, and the UN ODC Office of Crimes. The model provisions reflect the discussion of over 220 experts involved in many consultations in 2020 and 2021, including representatives of states, parliaments, of the judiciaries, law enforcement authorities, international and regional organizations, non-governmental organizations, civil society, victims association, as well as individual victims. Multidisciplinary input was also received from lawyers, from psychologists, women's advocates, witness protection experts, and human rights professionals. So the model provisions are the result of this consultation. And I'll stop here, and thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very, very much, Jean and Ben, for this overview of the model provisions. Of course, we will have further opportunity tomorrow when, Jean, you will accompany us here in Rome, and I know you are taken now by an important judgment and you have to be in court, but we will wait for you. And thanks again to Ben for the very insightful indication of what are the main chapter of the legislation. So we will continue this discussion later today and tomorrow. Now we can take these model provisions and then adapt them into the national legislation of each of your parliaments. And without any further ado, then I would like, thanking again Ben and Jean, to move now to the next session that will be moderated by Ambassador Sergio Piazzi, the Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean. Dear Sergio, please.
Good morning, and welcome once again to Rome. Now we enter in the substance of the discussion with the first session of a series which will last over 2 days, touching upon the experiences, the lessons learned of both the institution, the countries, and the victims. The first session, it's very interesting as it touched on the role of parliamentarians in ensuring a tailored response to address large-scale displacement and violation of rights to livelihood, shelter, education, health care, and the liberty of victims of terrorism. It takes so many aspects of this phenomenon. As you know, less than a year ago, in October 2021, the United Nations presented a report on internal displacement, human trafficking, modern slavery due to conflict and terrorism, warning that the number of people forcibly displaced within their own country due to conflict and terrorist activities was the highest ever on record, 48 million. And this number has risen by almost 50% since 2020 and does not include the number of those displaced by the Russian aggression to Ukraine. Persons at greater risk of trafficking in conflict and terrorism setting include irregular migrants, stateless persons, non-citizens, asylum seekers, members of minority groups, and internally displaced persons, all of whom are also those most likely to experience discrimination. In particular, there where trafficking occurs in the context of terrorism, reported discrimination by state may lead to failure to identify victims of trafficking as such and to consequent failures of protection. At present, we have witnessed an exponential growth of displacement due to the military aggression of Russia. As of May 22nd, a few days ago, nearly 13 million people are estimated to have been displaced in Ukraine, most of whom have not left the country. In this regard, according to the most recent estimate by the UN Office of the High Commission for Human Rights, 7.7 million people are internally displaced, which is equivalent to almost 18% of the population. All of you are familiar with the UN General Assembly resolution on this case, and as systematically reported by the UN Human Rights Council and the International Court of Justice, Russian forces and their allies are systematically perpetrating massive violations of international human rights and against civilians, which amount to war crime and even terrorism, as recently adopted, for instance, by the Parliament of Lithuania. Internally displaced people, the majority of whom are women and children, are experiencing multiple forms of gender-based violence, such as sexual violence, and including risk of trafficking by transnational crime organizations. As PAM, as President has mentioned before, we follow this with a lot of attention, but Europe is not the only place. Look what is happening in Afghanistan, for instance, where schools are being targeted and educational institutions closed. As the UN Secretary General said a few weeks ago, terrorism is not only an attack on innocent people, it represents an all-out assault on human rights, and responses to terrorism must be anchored in the rule of law, education and health rights, and gender equality to ensure their effectiveness. Of course, the victims of terrorism are in the front line. Said so, we have now 5 panelists who will share with us their experience and their insight. I would like to call on the podium the first of our speakers, who is His Excellency Drodor Heydar, the Ambassador of Israel to Italy. Excellency, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I prepared in my words in Italian, so perdonami.
No translation from Italian. I'm sorry.
No translation?
No.
Okay. I don't know. Pensavo che parlerò in italiano, non... Buongiorno, grazie per l'invito a parlare in questa importante conferenza, in questo stimato forum. Il terrorismo è un problema globale. Tutti i paesi qui presenti sono stati esposti agli orrori del terrorismo. Nel corso degli anni in Israele abbiamo acquisito una grande conoscenza su come curare le vittime del terrorismo. Quando si verifica un attacco terroristico, trattiamo innanzitutto le vittime fisiche, è ovvio, ma ci sono altri tipi di vittime, soprattutto quando si tratta di traumi psicologici che possono rovinare la vita di una persona e influenzare negativamente chi la circonda, famiglia, amici, ambiente di lavoro, eccetera. Una persona coinvolta in un atto terroristico, anche se non danneggiata fisicamente, è esposta alla morte, minaccia alla vita, danneggia gli altri che potrebbero essere a lui vicini, cioè che prova paura, impotenza e perdita di controllo. Si tratta di esperienze sconosciute nella vita quotidiana e quindi difficili da elaborare. I ricordi possono perseguitare le vittime al punto che vivono l'evento come se riemergesse. C'è qui un chiaro pericolo di intaccare la normalità della vita. Per questo si deve dare una risposta rapida. Si tratta delle cosiddette ore d'oro. Fino a 48 ore dopo l'evento terroristico che richiedono un intervento tempestivo, in particolare una conversazione con qualcuno che soffre dello stesso tipo di ansia o una persona che pensa di essere in tale condizione. Questo tipo di conversazione producono rilassamento e aiutano ad affrontare le esperienze a cui si è stati esposti. Se ciò avviene in tempo, c'è un'alta probabilità di prevenire lo stress post-trauma e di prevenire efficacemente la disabilità. In Israele è possibile aggirare i meccanismi burocratici e ricevere assistenza psicologica immediata, senza che sia necessario attestare nulla. Ci sono inoltre organizzazioni finanziate dallo Stato che gestiscono linee di assistenza telefonica. Per esempio Natal è un'associazione di questo tipo, tratta le vittime di traumi su base nazionale, aiuta anche nella formazione del personale e gran parte delle informazioni qui provengono da essa. Potete trovarlo anche in inglese, website Natal. Una persona che non si vuole esporre o che non vuole essere identificata o che non può raggiungere fisicamente le cure può chiamare e ricevere assistenza telefonica, anche continuativa. Parte dell'assistenza consiste nell'identificare le persone che davvero soffrono di ansia, identificare le bandiere rosse e identificare a cure cliniche più durature. Il trattamento della componente mentale è estremamente importante. In questo modo è possibile riportare le persone al lavoro rapidamente e non danneggiare l'economia, che è uno tra gli obiettivi del terrorismo. Stiamo parlando di riabilitazione mentale e anche di riabilitazione professionale. Un altro punto: le vittime del terrorismo non sono solo i civili, ma anche la polizia, i vigili del fuoco, il personale di emergenza, i conducenti di ambulanze, il personale medico, che sono esposti a visioni molto forti. Per essere pronti in caso di incidente con più vittime e anche per aiutare a tornare alla routine, dobbiamo guardare alle forze di soccorso nei vari ambiti come a coloro che potrebbero essere esse stesse vittime. Pensate ad un membro del personale medico che arriva in un'area colpita, tante vittime, e che sente un profumo che gli ricorda quello di sua moglie. Questo è sufficiente per destabilizzare la sua capacità di prestare aiuto. Per gestire ciò, Israele investe considerevoli risorse nell'addestramento di team specializzati e fornendo resilienza psicologica per affrontare le conseguenze dell'esposizione ad attacchi terroristici. A proposito, facciamo formazione anche negli Stati Uniti, in Germania e in altri paesi. La nostra conoscenza è disponibile anche in arabo. Israele ha una grande conoscenza su come passare rapidamente dalla routine alla crisi e viceversa. Saremo felici di condividere questa conoscenza con qualsiasi paese sia interessato. I parlamenti possono aiutare attraverso la legislazione a creare una risposta rapida al trauma, cioè aggirando la normale burocrazia, riconoscendo rapidamente qualcuno che è stato vittima di terrorismo o è stato danneggiato dal terrorismo e dando loro una risposta rapida, sia in termini di risarcimento monetario che di aiuto psicologico, senza dover provare a doversi identificare. I parlamenti possono anche rimuovere le barriere tra i ministeri del governo. Nella routine estranea a episodi terroristici, per esempio, chiunque necessiti di aiuto psicologico deve presentare un modulo al Ministero della Salute. Chi necessita della pensione di invalidità deve presentare la modulistica al Ministero del Welfare. Chi ha bisogno di una detrazione fiscale deve presentare la modulistica al Ministero dell'Interno o al Comune, e così via. Nel caso di una vittima di terrorismo, la persona è semplicemente sopravvissuta all'attacco terroristico, ma si trova ad avere subito a che fare con molti uffici. Ciò potrebbe acuire il suo trauma. I parlamenti possono produrre meccanismi che facilitano la vittima e riducono le barriere burocratiche e possono indurre i ministeri del governo a cooperare tra loro al fine di aiutare la vittima in modo rapido ed efficiente. In Israele abbiamo risolto questo problema, stabilendo che l'assistenza alle vittime del terrorismo deve essere costruita attorno ai bisogni dell'individuo e non attorno alla burocrazia delle istituzioni statali, cioè sostegno alle vittime orientato alla persona. Lavoriamo anche con esperti di salute mentale in Ucraina, questo è un esempio, fornendo loro conoscenze, strumenti, video e istruzioni operative, perché gli psicologi ucraini sanno come curare un malato di mente a causa di un incidente d'auto, ma non sanno come trattare i prigionieri di guerra, le tensioni all'interno della famiglia dopo la guerra, eccetera. La nostra conoscenza ci ha aiutati ad affrontare anche la pandemia di coronavirus. La pandemia ha generato crisi come c'era da aspettarsi, ma ciò che ci ha colpito è stata l'incertezza e la durata dell'evento, almeno 2 anni. Un evento terroristico si verifica e termina, invece il Covid-19 è durato a lungo. In una situazione del genere c'è il pericolo di post-trauma nel tempo. A tal fine, durante l'epidemia abbiamo formato molte equip ospedaliere, principalmente sul tema della autoconservazione, cioè come dare alle persone esposte a stress e ansia gli strumenti per affrontarli quotidianamente e per gestire lo stress e la tensione, il cosiddetto stress management. È impossibile evitare lo stress e la tensione, ma è certamente possibile imparare e insegnare la resilienza. Parte del sostegno alle vittime del terrorismo e dell'aiuto a riprendersi e a tornare rapidamente ad una vita normale consiste nel dare senso all'esperienza che hanno vissuto. Nel nostro Paese una vittima di terrorismo è paragonata ad un soldato dell'IDF ucciso in una guerra. C'è un evento speciale per queste vittime nel nostro National Remembrance Day, giorno della memoria, il giorno prima del giorno dell'indipendenza. L'idea è che le vittime del terrorismo abbiamo pagato con la vita il prezzo della nostra indipendenza politica, come i soldati. In Israele soffriamo di terrorismo sin da quando il popolo ebraico ha iniziato a tornare nella sua antica patria dopo un lungo esilio. Gli ebrei, è vero che gli ebrei sono stati uccisi anche in Europa e nei paesi arabi a causa della loro identità, ma il terrorismo in Israele aveva un altro obiettivo: intimidire gli ebrei per fermare il processo storico del loro ritorno a Sion. In effetti, per 19 secoli, dalla distruzione di Gerusalemme e del Tempio nell'anno 70, gli ebrei sono emigrati da un luogo all'altro, molte volte a causa di rivolte e pogrom. I terroristi di oggi pensano che questo accadrà anche in Israele. Credono nella loro propaganda secondo cui gli ebrei sono ospiti nel loro paese. Pertanto, se viene esercitata pressione su di loro attraverso il terrorismo, se ne andranno. È evidente che non hanno appreso la storia e non capiscono che il nostro legame con il nostro paese e con Gerusalemme è più profondo, più forte, più stabile di qualsiasi tipo di terrorismo. Ma il terrorismo è comune a tutti i paesi del mondo. Nell'ultimo decennio il mondo ha preso coscienza degli orrori dell'ISIS e di altro, Al-Qaeda, Boko Haram, organizzazioni terroristiche che hanno agito principalmente contro i musulmani e anche contro i cristiani. Questa conferenza è importante per unire le forze contro questo male. Parte della guerra al terrorismo passa attraverso il trattamento rapido ed efficace dei malati di mente, riportandoli al pieno e normale funzionamento nella società. Il titolo di tutto ciò di cui ho parlato è consapevolezza del danno mentale, cioè la necessità che lo Stato e la società e ovviamente il Parlamento siano consapevoli della ferita trasparente, cioè del danno psicologico delle squadre di soccorso e della popolazione in generale. Pertanto, il dibattito pubblico in materia deve essere normalizzato al fine di creare una situazione in cui si parli di salute mentale con normalità e con apertura. Questo viene realizzato attraverso l'educazione e la promozione del tema. Per concludere, invito tutti i paesi qui presenti a contattarci. Saremo felici di condividere con voi le conoscenze e l'esperienza che abbiamo acquisito. Insieme possiamo sconfiggere il terrorismo a favore di una società più sana e in salute. Grazie.
I wish to thank Ambassador Haidar, and I know what he's talking about for those who have to deal with a catastrophic event. I was the head of United Nations operation in Goma during the Rwanda genocide. And in my area, we had to bury 30,000 bodies in 5 days. You don't forget. There is no treatment for that, I can assure you. Now, I have the pleasure to call to the podium Honorable Mamadou Ider from the G5 Sahel Interparliamentary Committee from Niger. S'il vous plaît. Je vous en prie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le responsable des différentes délégations, chers collègues, chers participants à cette importante rencontre, bonjour. En ma qualité du représentant légitime du peuple du Sahel, par le biais du comité interparlementaire G5 Sahel, je n'ai pas de mots pour vous remercier. J'ai écouté tous les différents intervenants qui se sont succédés et qui ont fait une situation assez claire, une préoccupation soutenue des victimes du Sahel, des victimes du terrorisme, qui sont les populations que nous représentons ici. Monsieur le Président, je ne peux dire que merci à tous ces intervenants. Néanmoins, permettez-moi de présenter la contribution du comité interparlementaire G5 Sahel. Monsieur le Président, le comité interparlementaire G5 Sahel, que j'ai l'honneur de représenter ici, remercie les organisateurs de la présente conférence internationale sur la lutte contre le terrorisme. Au passage, nous remercions très sincèrement le Parlement italien pour avoir accepté d'accueillir la présente rencontre. En attendant, Monsieur le Président, l'arrivée du secrétaire exécutif du G5 Sahel, je suis accompagné dans cette salle par notre assistant, l'honorable député Abdou Issaka, assistant du secrétaire exécutif. Concernant le thème, je voudrais, en guise d'introduction, saluer ce choix en précisant que le terrorisme produit en Afrique de l'Ouest, en sa partie sahélienne, couvrant le Burkina Faso, le Mali, la Mauritanie, le Niger et le Tchad, notamment plus de 8 millions, voire 10 millions de déplacés, des victimes directes et indirectes, entre seulement les 5 pays du G5 Sahel. Sans vous parler aujourd'hui du Nigeria, du Togo, du Bénin, de la Côte d'Ivoire, et que sais-je encore, pour dire que la question du terrorisme est une question réelle en Afrique de l'Ouest. Mesdames et messieurs, la situation est particulièrement préoccupante ces dernières années. Donc, l'année 2021 et 2022, au regard de l'ampleur du terrorisme qui va en s'aggravant. À titre d'exemple, ce que la guerre en Ukraine produit comme déplacés, victimes et morts, ne fait même pas le quart, un quart des victimes de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, dues au terrorisme. Mesdames et messieurs, les parlementaires que nous sommes jouons notre rôle à plusieurs niveaux. 1. En matière d'adoption de la législation. Dans notre espace sahélien, nos parlements ont adopté des lois portant sur les pupilles de la nation. Ces lois permettent de prendre en charge les enfants orphelins des militaires, des fonctionnaires et même des villageois tués par les terroristes ainsi que leurs épouses survivantes. Nous avons des lois sur les pôles judiciaires spécialisés qui permettent de juger les actes du terrorisme et le blanchiment des capitaux servant aux terroristes. Nous avons adopté des lois de programmation budgétaire pour augmenter significativement les budgets de nos forces de défense et de sécurité afin de faire face au phénomène du terrorisme. En matière de contrôle, nous exerçons le contrôle classique du gouvernement sous forme de questions orales, de questions écrites et des interpellations sur le respect des droits humains, notamment dans le domaine de la santé, de l'éducation, de l'accès à l'eau et au logement. Les parlementaires se déplacent également, parfois au péril de leur vie, pour aller sur les sites des déplacés et dans les villages qui font l'objet d'attaques terroristes pour vérifier les dispositifs du gouvernement en réponse à la situation sécuritaire. Le contrôle sur le terrain est devenu de plus en plus difficile, très limité en cette année 2022 parce qu'il est impossible de se déplacer au niveau de certaines directions à moins de 50 km de nos chefs-lieux de capitale sans être attaqués. Aujourd'hui, nous devons lutter au sein des organisations parlementaires pour faire accepter à la communauté internationale que le terrorisme s'est déplacé de l'Asie, notamment l'Afghanistan, la Syrie, des États-Unis, de l'Amérique, de l'Europe, de la Libye, pour enfin être aujourd'hui en Afrique et notamment dans le Sahel. C'est pour être d'ailleurs plus efficace que nous avons créé en 2018 le comité interparlementaire G5 Sahel qui fonctionne mais qui connaît aujourd'hui des limites liées à sa capacité financière et matérielle très réduite. Chers collègues, mesdames et messieurs, les parlementaires doivent porter des voix des victimes du terrorisme auprès de la communauté internationale afin de faire jour la solidarité. Ils doivent légiférer en proposant des lois et des amendements au texte de nos gouvernements, en tenant compte des moyens à octroyer aux forces de défense et de sécurité de nos pays, en tenant compte des orphelins du terrorisme, en tenant compte des déplacés, en tenant compte, mesdames et messieurs, de tous ceux qui sont traumatisés par le terrorisme. Je profite pour demander à ce cadre de concertation d'accompagner le comité interparlementaire du G5 Sahel pour mettre en œuvre son plan d'action. Déjà, le 9 septembre 2021 à Vienne, l'Union interparlementaire, le Parlement arabe, l'Assemblée parlementaire de la francophonie et le comité interparlementaire G5 Sahel ont signé l'appel en faveur du Sahel. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous remercie.
Honorable leader, un grand merci pour vos mots. C'est très important pour nous, pour l'ensemble de la communauté internationale, ce qui arrive au Sahel, et vous pouvez être assurés de tout le soutien nécessaire. Now, I have the pleasure and honor to call to the podium Honorable Mohamed Sabari, Vice President of the House of Representatives of Morocco. Excellency.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السيدات والسادة الرؤساء، أصحاب الفخامة والسعادة، السيدات والسادة البرلمانيين المحترمين، ممثلي البرلمانات الشقيقة والصديقة، السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، زميلاتي زملائي، اسمحوا لي بداية أن أعبر باسم البرلمان المغربي عن سعادتي الغامرة لحضور أشغال هذا المؤتمر الهام في رحاب هذه المدينة التاريخية، والتي تتمحور حول موضوع ذي أهمية بالغة، ألا وهو الدعم البرلماني لضحايا الإرهاب. وأعتقد أنها مناسبة للتفكير الجماعي ولتقييم السياسات الوطنية والدولية لمكافحة هذه الظاهرة الخطيرة، وابتكار تدابير جديدة لمواجهتها وتبادل الخبرات والتجارب بشأنها، خاصة وأن مشكلة الإرهاب تعد من أكبر التحديات الأمنية المعاصرة في العالم، بعدما باتت معضلة الإرهاب متعددة الجوانب ومعقدة الاتجاهات ومولدة لأنماط جديدة من المخاطر الأمنية. فقد ورد في قرار الجمعية العامة للأمم المتحدة سنة 2006 والمتعلق باستراتيجية الأمم المتحدة العالمية لمكافحة الإرهاب أن الإرهاب من أشد الأخطار التي تهدد السلام والأمن الدوليين. ولأجل ذلك تولي المملكة المغربية اهتماما بالغا للمقاربة الأمنية والقانونية، حيث تبنت الدولة المغربية سياسة استباقية لاجتثاث الإرهاب ولمواجهته، قادرة على مواجهة الخطر الإرهابي واجتثاثه في المهد، واتخذت في هذا الإطار جملة من التدابير القانونية والمؤسساتية الهامة، تتجلى بإيجاز في سن قانون سنة 2003 يتعلق بمكافحة الإرهاب وتمويله، والتعديلات كذلك التي طالته بموجب القانون 1486 الخاص بمكافحة ظاهرة المقاتلين الإرهابيين الأجانب، وعملت أيضا على إنشاء وتخصيص العديد من الأجهزة الرامية إلى ضمان الفعالية والنجاعة اللازمين في مواجهة الإرهاب والتطرف في ظل احترام تام للحقوق والحريات وضمانات المحاكمة العادلة وسيادة القانون، إيمانا منها على أن التطبيق العادل للقانون مدخل أساسي من مداخل مكافحة التطرف، وهي تدابير تعكس بجلاء المكانة التي يحظى بها المغرب ضمن المنتظم الدولي الذي يشيد بنجاعة التجربة المغربية وبتعاونه البناء في مجال المكافحة والوقاية من الإرهاب والتطرف. حضرات السيدات والسادة، تتسبب أعمال الإرهاب كل سنة في قتل وإصابة وإيذاء آلاف الضحايا الأبرياء من جميع الأعراق والثقافات والمعتقدات الدينية في جميع أنحاء العالم، ويقصد بضحايا الإرهاب كل شخص تضرر مباشرة أو كل فرد من أفراد أسرة شخص توفي أو يعاني من إعاقة نتيجة جريمة إرهابية. كما يحق لأفراد أسر الضحايا الناجين من الانتفاع ببعض أنواع خدمات الدعم وإجراءات الحماية. وفي هذا الصدد اسمحوا لي أن أتقاسم معكم تجربة المملكة المغربية في هذا المجال وكيفية تعاطيها مع تداعيات الضربات الإرهابية التي عرفتها المملكة، وخاصة في الشق المتعلق بدعم ضحايا هذه الضربات. فقد تميز مسار الدعم والحماية المخصصين لضحايا أعمال الإرهاب التي شهدتها المملكة المغربية بالتعاطي الإيجابي مع كل الفاعلين في هذا الموضوع، وخاصة جمعيات المجتمع المدني. فالتجربة المغربية ذات الصلة اعتمدت في تعويض ضحايا الأعمال الإرهابية على مقاربتين، تجلت الأولى في تدخل صاحب الجلالة الملك محمد السادس نصره الله وتخصيص منحة مالية جزافية من الميزانية العامة للدولة تصرف لفائدة المستحقين عن ضحايا الاعتداءات الإرهابية التي تعرضت لها مدينة الدار البيضاء في 16 ماي 2003 بعدما طفت مسألة قصور المقتضيات التشريعية على السطح بخصوص جبر الضرر، والتي اكتفت بتحديد الأعمال الإرهابية وتشديد العقوبات بخصوصها، تاركة مسألة التعويض للقواعد العامة. وتمثلت الثانية في تعويض الضحايا بناء على قواعد التسوية الودية المؤطرة بموجب القانون، حيث سبق للقضاء المغربي أن أصدر مجموعة من الأحكام والقرارات في نوازل تتعلق بتعويض ضحايا العمليات الإرهابية. كما تم إقرار إمكانية تعويض ومساندة ضحايا الإرهاب بموجب القانون رقم 110/14 الصادر سنة 2016 بناء على النظام الخاص بتغطية العواقب للوقائع الكارثية والمغير والمتمم للقانون 1799 المتعلق بمدونة التأمينات. وعلى صعيد آخر اعتمدت المملكة المغربية في إعادة تأهيل المعتقلين المتطرفين الإرهابيين على برنامج مغربي رائد على المستوى الدولي، وهو برنامج مصالحة، والذي يقوم على مقاربة متعددة الأبعاد أتاحت للمستفيدين منه فهم واستيعاب النص الديني والقيم المجتمعية الصحيحة. ويرتكز البرنامج على 3 محاور أساسية تتمثل في المصالحة مع الذات، والمصالحة مع النص الديني، والمصالحة مع المجتمع ثالثا. ويأتي ذلك من منطلق إدراك المملكة العميق بأهمية تأمين شروط إعادة إدماج هذه الشريحة التي تحتاج إلى مقاربة علمية مبدعة تتكامل مع الجهود المتعددة الأبعاد والمبنية على الاستباقية الأمنية والتحصين الروحي ومحاربة الهشاشة. حضرات السيدات والسادة الأفاضل، لا يمكننا الحديث عن دعم ضحايا الإرهاب دون الأخذ بعين الاعتبار كل الأبعاد واعتماد مقاربة دامجة شاملة وقابلة للتفعيل. ولعل النهضة التي تعرفها المملكة المغربية مع تنزيل النموذج التنموي الجديد لأكبر دليل على أن المواطن الإنسان صار في صلب اهتمامات السياسة الجديدة للمملكة، وأن المكاسب الهامة التي يتم تحقيقها بفضل هذا النموذج ستكون لها انعكاسات إيجابية على النسيج الاجتماعي والاقتصادي، وستساهم في تحصين الأجيال الصاعدة من السقوط في براثن هذه الظاهرة، وستدعم الضحايا السابقين لها. فالمعركة في مكافحة الإرهاب ودعم ضحاياه قد تكون غير مجدية إذا لم يتم التحرك مع كل البلدان المعنية بإيجاد أفضل سبل التعاون. وإننا في هذا الإطار نتطلع إلى تنسيق الجهود والتعاون مع دول المنطقة، إيمانا منا بأن النجاح في هذا المجال لا يمكن أن يتم دون ذلك، خاصة وإن منطقة شمال غرب إفريقيا تعرف نشاطا كبيرا للجماعات الإرهابية. إن تبادل المعلومات حول البرامج التجريبية والبرامج العامة الهادفة إلى رفع مستوى الصحة والتربية التي يترتب عنها دعم ضحايا الإرهاب، خاصة فئة الشباب باعتبارها أكثر احتياجا لهذا الدعم، يبقى ضرورة ملحة وأمرا مطلوبا إلى جانب تبادل المعلومات في الميدانين الاجتماعي والصحي والدراسات والتقييم المرحلي للبرامج التجريبية الجاري بها العمل في هذا المجال. وختاما، ومن هذا المنبر أتمنى النجاح والتوفيق لأشغال هذا اللقاء النير في مواجهة ظلام التطرف، فكلنا ننتظر غدا أفضل. والسلام عليكم وشكرا على حسن الإصغاء.
Thank you, Shukran. And now I have the pleasure to call to the podium Honorable Malam Sani Shaibu Bukhari, Deputy Speaker, Parliament of the Economic Community of West African States. Sir, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues, bonjour. Avant d'apporter ma modeste contribution aux travaux de notre panel, je voudrais remercier les organisateurs de cet important événement et leur transmettre les salutations fraternelles du bureau du Parlement de la CEDEAO, dont je suis deuxième vice-président, en particulier la gratitude de l'honorable Sidi Mohamed, président du Parlement de la CEDEAO, qui aurait bien voulu prendre personnellement part à ces travaux, n'eût été des engagements de dernière minute. Mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues, concernant le thème de notre session, mon intervention s'articula autour des points suivants. Un bref rappel du cadre juridique de la CEDEAO en matière de lutte contre le terrorisme, Les actions que pourrait entreprendre le Parlement de la CEDEAO dans le cadre de la protection des victimes du terrorisme, quelques recommandations en vue d'obtenir une mise en œuvre de résolutions et recommandations concernant la protection des victimes du terrorisme. Mesdames et messieurs, avant d'aborder ces questions, je ne peux m'empêcher de rappeler, comme l'a si bien dit mon collègue et cher ami Ider, l'Afrique de l'Ouest reste sous une menace croissante du terrorisme. En effet, l'intensification des activités de groupes terroristes, auparavant localisés au Mali, au Nigeria, au Niger et au Burkina Faso, s'étend de plus en plus sur les pays de la côte, le Togo, le Bénin et la Côte d'Ivoire en particulier, qui ont connu plusieurs attaques terroristes ces dernières années. Les conséquences sont désastreuses, connues et largement répertoriées par les organisations spécialisées, dont les HCR concernant l'aspect humanitaire, qui est ici au centre de nos préoccupations. En plus des pertes quotidiennes en vies humaines, la fermeture des écoles et la destruction des infrastructures sanitaires, ainsi que l'arrêt total de toute activité économique dans les zones affectées depuis plus d'une décennie suffisent à imaginer l'ampleur de la catastrophe humanitaire consécutive au terrorisme. Les victimes dont nous parlons ici sont donc des milliers d'enfants privés d'éducation, les milliers de malades privés de soins de santé, les milliers de veufs et d'orphelins sans soutien et sans véritable espoir de refaire une vie, mais aussi des centaines, probablement davantage, de personnes encore confinées dans les lieux sous occupation, sans accès à l'aide humanitaire et donc condamnés à la déchéance physique et mentale. À cela s'ajoutent, malheureusement, les amalgames multiformes, voire les abus commis dans la lutte contre le terrorisme, régulièrement dénoncés par les organisations de défense des droits de l'homme, notamment au Mali, où la MINUSMA s'est vu refuser l'accès à des sites mourants dans son travail d'enquête sur les violations des droits de l'homme. Quel désastre et quel défi pour l'humanité et quelle lourde responsabilité pour les dirigeants aux différents niveaux, y compris nous les parlementaires. Rappel du cadre juridique de la CEDEAO en matière de lutte contre le terrorisme. Les 4 instruments majeurs qui constituent les fondements juridiques de la CEDEAO en matière de lutte contre le terrorisme sont les suivants. Le traité révisé de la CEDEAO, en particulier son article 58, qui enjoint les États membres à œuvrer au maintien de la paix, de la sécurité et de la stabilité au sein de la communauté. Le protocole sur le mécanisme de prévention, de gestion, de règlement de conflits, de maintien de la paix et de la sécurité. Le protocole A/SP1-1201 sur la démocratie et la bonne gouvernance qui réserve une large place à la promotion des pratiques démocratiques et à la protection des droits de l'homme. La stratégie de la CEDEAO de lutte contre le terrorisme axée sur les 3 points, à savoir la prévention, la poursuite et la répression, la reconstruction qui constitue le 3e pilier du plan d'action. Il importe de souligner que ce 3e pilier prévoit expressément les orientations suivantes en faveur des victimes du terrorisme. Promouvoir les droits des victimes du terrorisme, y compris celles qui sont directement ou indirectement touchées par les conséquences du terrorisme et s'assurer que leurs préoccupations soient prises en compte. Les fonds saisis ou récupérés devraient être distribués aux victimes ou à leurs familles. Offrir d'autres formes d'assistance aux victimes, notamment des soins médicaux et une aide à la réinsertion sociale. Mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues, au niveau spécifique du Parlement de la CEDEAO, la possibilité d'action dans le cadre de la protection des droits des victimes du terrorisme inclut, entre autres, la levée des missions d'information parlementaire sur les sites des personnes déplacées, la promotion de l'adoption de lois communautaires ou de lois modèles en rapport avec les parlements nationaux, les missions d'enquête, le contrôle parlementaire. Parmi ces possibilités, le Parlement de la CEDEAO a effectué plusieurs missions d'information pour s'enquérir de la situation des personnes déplacées dans divers pays. Ainsi, en collaboration avec le HCR, une mission du Parlement s'était rendue du 18 au 21 et du 25 au 28 janvier 2018, respectivement sur les sites déplacés des États de Adamawa et de Borno, au Nigeria. Dans le même cadre, une délégation du Parlement a effectué une mission du 16 au 18 juillet 2019 à Mopti, au centre du Mali, sur les sites des personnes déplacées consécutivement à la crise dans ce pays. L'exécution de ces missions dans des conditions sécuritaires difficiles prouve que le Parlement de la CEDEAO est pleinement conscient de sa mission quant à la protection des victimes des crises, y compris du terrorisme. Toutes ces missions furent sanctionnées par des rapports et recommandations adressés aux autorités compétentes de la CEDEAO. Elles furent également des opportunités de plaidoyer auprès des gouvernements des pays concernés et des organisations humanitaires pour améliorer leurs interventions en faveur des victimes des crises sécuritaires. À propos des lois communautaires ou des lois modèles de protection des droits des victimes du terrorisme, le Parlement est en train d'explorer cette possibilité en partenariat avec le bureau du ACR au Nigeria. L'utilisation judicieuse de cette opportunité nécessite cependant la mobilisation de moyens et d'expertise, car l'application des parlements nationaux dans 15 États membres de la CEDEAO ainsi que des autres organes de la communauté est une exigence à remplir. Au regard du contexte politique et institutionnel actuel de la CEDEAO, le Parlement n'a pas encore envisagé la levée des missions de contrôle et d'enquête sur la problématique des conséquences liées au terrorisme. En termes de recommandations, nous pensons qu'il est nécessaire de traiter concomitamment tous les aspects fondamentaux dans le traitement de la situation des victimes du terrorisme. Accroître l'aide humanitaire en faveur des personnes victimes du terrorisme et des crises sécuritaires en général. En dépit des efforts déployés par le SCR et les autres organisations, il est important de faire évaluer l'aide proportionnellement à l'accroissement des besoins au regard de la dégradation continue de l'insécurité. Accompagner davantage les parlements nationaux et régionaux dans l'accomplissement de leur mission, surtout en matière législative. Les processus législatifs requièrent énormément de moyens en termes de ressources et d'expertise dont ne disposent ni les parlements nationaux ni les parlements régionaux. Il est donc important d'envisager la mobilisation de moyens supplémentaires pour parvenir à une meilleure exploitation des recommandations issues des forums internationaux sur les législations en faveur des victimes du terrorisme. Chers collègues, nous devons agir, et agir très rapidement et pratiquement. L'autre mesure non moins importante est de mettre davantage de pression sur le gouvernement des États en proie au terrorisme afin de les amener à comprendre et inscrire le respect des droits de l'homme comme une exigence majeure dans la lutte contre ces fléaux. À cet égard, des mesures me semblent nécessaires pour traiter adéquatement la situation des victimes du terrorisme. Une meilleure préparation des organisations humanitaires à pouvoir se déployer aussi vite que possible, maintenant et maintenant. Non seulement de prendre en charge les besoins humanitaires, mais aussi et surtout de protéger les droits des survivants. L'acceptation par le gouvernement d'installation des centres d'écoute, aussi bien dans les zones libérées que sur les sites des personnes déplacées, serait également importante pour permettre de gérer les traumatismes et de mener les enquêtes crédibles sur les violations des droits de l'homme. Mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues, merci, thank you, obrigado.
Thank you very much for your comments, which are very relevant to the situation in West Africa. Now we have the pleasure to listen through a virtual connection Miss Montserrat Torija Noguerales. She is the Director General, Support to Victims of Terrorism in the Ministry of Interior of Spain. If we can open the... She's there, yes. Miss Montserrat,
oui, merci.
you have the floor. Yes.
Merci. Je commence?
Oui, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, mes chers collègues, de m'avoir invité à cette conférence. Je souhaite exprimer ma profonde reconnaissance aux membres du Bureau de lutte contre le terrorisme des Nations Unies, à tous les pays et aux membres de la société civile qui ont participé à la rédaction des dispositions cadres relatives au soutien et protection des droits et des besoins des victimes du terrorisme. Comme chacun sait, l'Espagne a été malheureusement un pays particulièrement touché par le terrorisme. Depuis 1960, le terrorisme a causé 1400 personnes décédées, 5000 blessés et un total de 10 000 personnes frappées. Pendant les années 80, l'Espagne a vécu ce qu'on appelle les années de plomb, marquées par des attentats contre des groupes terroristes d'État qui cherchaient à faire dérailler les processus démocratiques initiés par la transition espagnole. Pendant cette époque-là, la victime n'était pas toujours au centre. C'était à son lieu l'État qui était au centre de l'attention, c'est-à-dire l'assassin, et pas les personnes qui subissaient dans sa chair les ravages du terrorisme. La société espagnole s'est soulevée contre cette réalité. Après la création de la première association des victimes du terrorisme, le mouvement social a augmenté notamment avec la création de nombreuses associations pour la défense des victimes. L'activité de toute cette association a eu une réponse notoire de la société et les institutions, qui ont devenu de plus en plus conscients de la souffrance des victimes, de leur rôle comme valeur de dignité pour les démocraties de droit. Ainsi, nous devons souligner le rôle essentiel du mouvement civil et associatif à jouer pour les victimes au centre. C'était la société espagnole même, celle qui a montré la voie aux législateurs et aux institutions. Au milieu des années 90, la première unité d'attention aux citoyens et d'assistance aux victimes du terrorisme a été créée. En 1999, le premier grand instrument juridique qui a les victimes a été créé. C'est la loi de solidarité avec les victimes du terrorisme. Peu après, en 2000, les deux partis politiques principaux en Espagne ont signé l'accord pour les libertés et contre le terrorisme, ce qu'on appelait le pacte antiterroriste. Dans ce pacte, on a accordé la création d'une fondation publique qui représentait tous les pays. C'est une fondation publique financière pour l'État. Ainsi, en 2001, la Fondation des victimes du terrorisme est née. Parmi ses objectifs, on peut souligner la promotion des valeurs démocratiques, la défense des droits de l'homme, la pluralité et la liberté des citoyens et le renforcement de la compréhension de la situation du collectif des victimes et leurs familles afin de sauvegarder la dignité, la mémoire et les droits des victimes. En 2011, le Parlement espagnol, à l'unanimité, a adopté une loi qui est encore aujourd'hui en vigueur, la loi de reconnaissance et de protection intégrale aux victimes du terrorisme. Cette loi marque un jalon fondamental et consacre dans son préambule les 4 valeurs qui orientent l'action des institutions vers les victimes: mémoire, dignité, justice et vérité. Avec cette loi, on reconnaît que quand le terrorisme frappe les sociétés démocratiques, il cause des victimes et détruit l'État et ses institutions, affectant les citoyens dans les paix et liberté. Le terrorisme, plus que d'autres crimes violents, cherche à cosifier les personnes auxquelles il essaie de priver de leur humanité. La loi espagnole n'est pas seulement fondamentale pour l'Espagne, mais aussi à niveau international. C'est une loi pionnière qui a inspiré les législateurs d'autres pays. Ainsi, il a exprimé le secrétaire général des Nations Unies en disant: l'Espagne est un modèle d'appui et de solidarité avec les victimes du terrorisme. C'était à peine 5 ans avant l'adoption de cette loi que la Direction générale d'appui aux victimes du terrorisme a été créée. J'ai l'honneur de représenter cette Direction générale, un guichet unique vers lequel les victimes peuvent aller afin d'obtenir les services et les compensations que la législation leur reconnaît. En outre, la Direction générale fournit une assistance personnelle et d'aide, une assistance qui commence au moment de l'attentat terroriste et qui continue sur le moyen et le long terme, pendant la durée dont les victimes ont besoin. Cette assistance comprend des besoins sociaux, individuels et familiaux, en plus d'informations sur les aides et compensations que les victimes ont droit. La Direction générale travaille directement avec les premiers intervenants. L'équipe de travailleurs sociaux prend contact avec les victimes aussitôt que les conditions de sécurité sanitaire les permettront. La fonction de l'équipe de travailleurs sociaux consiste à informer, conseiller et accompagner les victimes et leurs familles afin qu'ils puissent surmonter les conséquences de l'attentat dans le processus de normalisation, d'insertion sociale effective à travers d'une intervention complète dans tous les domaines de l'individu. Un des piliers fondamentaux de l'assistance aux victimes, c'est l'assistance psychologique, qui doit commencer l'instant même de l'attentat. Je voudrais souligner dans ces temps-là la création du réseau national des psychologues pour l'attention aux victimes du terrorisme, qui a été créé en vertu d'une convention entre le Conseil général l'Association officielle des psychologues de l'Espagne et le ministère de l'Intérieur. Ce réseau est formé par 230 psychologues spécialisés dans l'attention aux victimes pour tous les territoires nationaux. L'attention psychologique aux victimes est une tâche partagée par les institutions et la société civile. Afin que les associations puissent fournir des services d'attention psychologique, en plus d'autres projets, le ministère de l'Intérieur finance avec 1 million d'euros par an l'activité des fondations et d'associations représentant des victimes. La loi espagnole prévoit aussi un régime de compensation et d'aide financière auquel les victimes ont droit. Les compensations reconnues comprennent 6 cas: décès, incapacité permanente, maladie permanente non invalidante, prise en charge des frais funéraires, enlèvement et menaces. Les aides peuvent être sanitaires, psychologiques, à l'étude ou à cause de dommages matériels. L'Espagne a reconnu des compensations et d'aides pour une valeur de plus de 1 300 millions d'euros, ainsi que des régimes extraordinaires de retraite pour une valeur de plus de 1 700 millions d'euros. En plus, je voudrais souligner l'ordre royal de reconnaissance civile aux victimes du terrorisme, qui a comme but l'hommage aux victimes. Mais on va parler de mémoire. La reconnaissance aux victimes du terrorisme ne peut pas se limiter à une technique d'assistance et de protection, mais on doit aussi promouvoir leur mémoire. Le préambule de la loi espagnole le prévoit expressément en disant la valeur de la mémoire en tant que garantie ultime de la société espagnole et ses institutions représentatives ne vont pas jamais oublier ceux qui ont perdu la vie, ceux qui ont souffert les blessures physiques ou psychologiques, ou ceux qui ont eu dû sacrifier leur liberté en conséquence du fanatisme terroriste. L'État sauvegarde ainsi la mémoire des victimes en faisant spéciale attention à son signification politique, qui se concrétise dans la défense de tout ce que le terrorisme cherche à éliminer. La signification politique des victimes exige la reconnaissance sociale et constitue un outil indispensable pour la délégitimation éthique, sociale et politique du terrorisme. La mémoire est ainsi un acte de justice. Étant conscience de l'importance de rendre hommage à la mémoire des victimes, on a établi en Espagne le 27 juin comme la journée nationale des victimes du terrorisme. On a choisi cette date parce que c'était la journée que la petite Begoña est morte, la première victime du terrorisme dans notre pays. La journée européenne des victimes du terrorisme a lieu le 11 mars, anniversaire de l'attentat le plus meurtrier sur le sol européen, les attentats du 11 mars à Madrid. La journée internationale des victimes du terrorisme a lieu à nous. Cette nécessaire de mémoire a son point culminant avec l'ouverture au public l'année dernière du premier centre mémorial du terrorisme. Le centre mémorial, situé à Pupia, Espagne, est en référence pour tous les pays. Depuis son ouverture l'année passée, il y a reçu presque 30 000 visites d'étudiants de toute l'Espagne et aussi de la France en pré-août. La préservation de la mémoire exige forcément d'arriver aux générations les plus jeunes, puisque ce sont celles-là qui ont fondamental pour réussir à que la violence terroriste n'aura pas aucune place dans la société. C'est pour ces raisons-là que l'Espagne a mis en place un projet éducatif et de mémoire dans le cadre duquel le ministère de l'Intérieur a mis à disposition de la communauté éducative cette unité didactique qui touche l'apprentissage du phénomène terroriste. Ces 7 unités sont étudiées dans les matières d'histoire, philosophie et valeurs. La formation des professeurs est un aspect clé pour le succès du projet. La connaissance préalable du phénomène terroriste et l'empathie avec ses victimes forment le contexte idéal pour mener à l'école les témoignages des victimes afin que la violence terroriste ne se répète pas. Comme activité complémentaire, le projet mémoire de prévention du terrorisme inclut les témoignages directs des victimes à l'école. Depuis l'année 2017, les victimes ont porté les témoignages à plus de 300 écoles, ayant plus de 17 000 étudiants. Ainsi, même si nous sommes conscients du fait qu'il reste encore beaucoup de travail à faire, quand on fait ces brefs parcours historiques, on se rend compte de combien ont avancé. Selon notre cas, les victimes du terrorisme sont une référence unique pour notre système démocratique. Elles symbolisent la défense de la liberté et de l'état de droit face à la menace terroriste. Merci beaucoup de votre attention et je crois que maintenant on va voir une vidéo sur les centres mémoriels en Espagne.
Thank you very much for your intervention and for sharing with us the experience and the practices used in Spain. Now, because we have to go to take the family photo and then we have to take the cars to go to the restaurant, I suggest that if some of you have some question of intervention, we start immediately after the lunch when we reconvene in this room. Because we have no time. It is already 5 to 1. And after lunch, après le déjeuner, on peut faire des questions et des interventions. Thank you very much. So we go to take the family photo, and then we follow our colleagues from the UN and the Italian Parliament, and then from the family photo we go straight to the vehicles which will bring us to the restaurant.
We will follow our colleague Davide Bushra. Unfortunately, for COVID regulation, we cannot eat here in the rooms, so we are obliged to go outside to a restaurant, which is also within walking distance, but we have arranged minivans because it's warm outside, so we will go by car. We take the picture outside because it's also better so we can remove the masks. And then from there, we will go into the minivans and go to the restaurant location. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mauro.
So we will start now, as we still have a couple of interventions for the previous session. We'll go through this intervention now. Let me please also kindly ask all of you to ensure you wear a mask, because unfortunately this is still mandatory in the Italian Parliament. So in any part of the main building, but also in this room, we have to wear a mask. So unless you are talking, so please, it is mandatory to keep the mask on. So I will pass the floor now again to Ambassador Piazzi to finish the previous session. Thank you.
Thank you, Mauro. I hope that everything is fine with the interpretation. And I have two speakers who have requested to take the floor. The first are the delegation from Algeria and then from Palestine. Sir, you have the floor.
سيدي رئيس الجلسة، السادة الحضور كل بصفته ومقامه، زميلاتي وزملائي ممثلين برلمانات المشاركة، يشرفني المشاركة. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. السيدات والسادة الحضور، يشرفني المشاركة في هذا المؤتمر رفيع المستوى حول الدعم البرلماني المقدم إلى ضحايا الإرهاب. باعتباري ضحية من ضحايا الإرهاب الذي استهدف الجزائر لعشرية كاملة، فمداخلتي لن تخلو من مشاعر صادقة أستحضر فيها معاناة أليمة لفقدان والدي بطريقة بشعة، ومن إدراك عميق لمدى تأثير الدعم النفسي والاجتماعي والمادي على ضحايا الإرهاب. أحيي الجهات المنظمة على حسن اختيار هذا المحور الإنساني قبل أن يكون قانونيا أو سياسيا. أبلغكم تحيات السيد صالح كوجيل رئيس مجلس الأمة الجزائري، الذي يتمنى للجميع التوفيق والسؤدد، وأن يشكل هذا المؤتمر حلقة جديدة في مجال التعاون البرلماني خدمة لمصالح الشعوب. يكتسي هذا الموضوع ضحايا الإرهاب أهمية بالغة تتأتى من الآثار الوخيمة لظاهرة الإرهاب، ذاتها على الأرواح والممتلكات وعلى سلامة الدول وسلام العالم. فهؤلاء الضحايا يشكلون الصورة الأولى والمباشرة لبشاعة الإرهاب وتداعياته الكارثية على الإنسان والأعمار والحياة، ويعكسون بوضوح جزءا من الأحمال الثقيلة التي يخلقها الإرهاب لإرهاق ميزانيات الدول، من ثم التشويش على سيرورة الحياة الطبيعية للأفراد، والتي يتحمل الجميع مسؤولية إعادة الانسجام إليها. إن تجربة الجزائر المريرة والرائدة في مكافحة الإرهاب الذي خلف ضحايا أبرياء في صفوف الشعب الجزائري بكل فئاته، أمدت الدولة بخبرة ثمينة في التعامل مع ملفات مأساوية لهؤلاء الضحايا، فجمعنا بذلك نجاحا مزدوجا، إذ يتناسب النجاح في القضاء على الإرهاب طرديا مع مدى التوفيق في معالجة مخلفاته وجبرا لأضراره. لقد عانت الجزائر خلال العشرية السوداء من إرهاب أعمى، فتحملت مؤسسات الدولة المسؤولية المدنية تجاه المتضررين من جرائمه لاحتوائه مخاطره، وذلك بتسوية وضعياتهم دون تمييز أو تفرقة أو انتقاء، حفاظا على تماسك المجتمع الذي يقتات الإرهاب على انقسامه. انطلاقا من تسميتهم ضحايا المأساة الوطنية، ليشمل الدعم كل من لحقه أذى بأي صفة كانت خلال هذه المرحلة العصيبة من تاريخ الجزائر. إن التكفل بضحايا الإرهاب يعد من جانب آخر آلية ناجعة لمكافحة التطرف، باعتباره نوع من الوقاية وفي هذا السياق أذكر بما ورد في تقرير السيد عبد المجيد تبون رئيس الجمهورية باعتباره منسق الاتحاد الإفريقي حول مكافحة الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف، بأنه لا يمكن كسب المعركة ضد الإرهاب والتطرف العنيف دون اتباع نهج مفهوم قائم على انتشار على مستوى جبهتين، وهما محاربة الجماعات المتطرفة، لكن وقبل كل شيء القيام بجهود الوقاية من التطرف، ثم من خلال آليات تشريعية لتحقيق الاستقرار تدرجت من قانون الرحمة ثم قانون الوئام المدني وصولا إلى ميثاق السلم والمصالحة الوطنية، أين تم إصدار العديد من القوانين التي تهدف إلى بيان كيفية صرف التعويضات وفئات المستحقة لها في إطار تشريعي ينص على منع تعويضات لصالح الأشخاص الطبيعيين ضحايا الأضرار الجسدية أو المادية التي لحقت بهم نتيجة أعمال إرهابية أو حوادث وقعت في إطار مكافحة الإرهاب، وكذا لصالح ذوي الحقوق، وهم قانون محوري استهدف بالتعويض ذوي حقوق ضحايا الإرهاب المتوفين والناجين من الاغتيالات الجماعية والضحايا من القُصّر وذوي الموظفين المختطفين، بالإضافة إلى النساء المغتصبات، وجبر الأضرار المالية بمبالغ متفاوتة القيمة تبعا لحجم الضرر، وتصرف التعويضات من صندوق تعويض ضحايا الإرهاب. كما استكمل قانون المصالحة الوطنية الفئات المتبقية على غرار فئة الأشخاص المسرحين من العمل بسبب الأفعال المتصلة بالمأساة الوطنية، وفئة ضحايا الإرهاب من المفقودين، وتعويض المتضررين المنتمين إلى السلك العسكري، بالإضافة إلى مراسيم تتعلق بإعادة إدماج أو تعويض الأشخاص الذين كانوا موضوع إجراءات إدارية للتسريح من العمل بسبب الأفعال المتصلة بالمأساة الوطنية. وفي لفتة إنسانية حكيمة تكفلت الدولة بأسر الإرهابيين المعوزة باعتبارهم جزء من ضحايا التطرف والعنف والإرهاب عن طريق مرسوم يتعلق بإعانة الدولة للأسر التي ابتليت بضلوع أحد أقاربها في الإرهاب. لقد تم التكفل ماديا ونفسيا بكل هذه الفئات من خلال قوانين ومراسيم تنفيذية وتنظيمية رافق فيها البرلمان الجزائري الحكومة الجزائرية من أجل جبر الضرر وإعادة الانسجام إلى كل فئات المجتمع كوسيلة للجبر، وأيضا كوسيلة وقاية لتطويق منبع من منابع الإرهاب التي يتغذى على العوز والحقد والانتقام. وقد بلغت نسبة الملفات المعالجة بفئات ضحايا الإرهاب على المستوى الوطني 99.63%، وهو ما يعكس التكفل الفعلي واللازم بهذه الفئة، لا سيما من خلال دفع التعويضات والمستحقات القانونية لهذه العائلات، فضلا عن الإجراءات المتخذة في مجال التكفل بالجانب الاجتماعي. إن هذه المكاسب التي حققتها الجزائر قيادة وشعبا تعد إنجازا يدعو إلى الفخر، فمعالجة ملفات ضحايا الإرهاب ليست بالأمر الهين، تتداخل فيها حقوق الإنسان والحقوق الأساسية للمواطن مع حق الدولة في الردع ومكافحة العنف والجريمة. وفي هذا الإطار أذكر بما جاء في ديباجة الدستور المعدل في الفاتح من نوفمبر 2020 بمبادرة من السيد رئيس الجمهورية عبد المجيد تبون، إذ نص على أن مقاومة الشعب الجزائري ضد المحاولات العنيفة التي هددت وحدة واستقرار الدولة قد عزز تمسكه بقيم التسامح والسلم، وقرر بفضل إيمانه وتمسكه الثابت بوحدته وبكل سيادة تحقيق سياسة السلم والمصالحة الوطنية التي أعطت ثمارها، وهو مصمم على الحفاظ عليها. إن الشعب عازم على جعل الجزائر في منأى عن الفتنة والعنف وعن كل تطرف وعن خطابات الكراهية وكل أشكال التميز، من خلال ترسيخ قيمه الروحية والحضارية والقائمة على الحوار والمصالحة والأخوة في ظل احترام الدستور وقيم الجمهورية. وشكرا لكم على صبركم الجميل. بارك الله فيكم.
Merci, Monsieur le Sénateur. Now I have the pleasure to give the floor to Palestine, Honorable Bilal Qasem.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. بداية لابد من شكر البرلمان الإيطالي على هذه الاستضافة الكريمة ومكتب الأمم المتحدة لمكافحة الإرهاب على هذه الدعوة الطيبة. وأشكر أيضا المتحدثين الذين تعاقبوا على الفلور وتحدثوا حول ضحايا الإرهاب وضرورة حماية ضحايا الإرهاب. وأنا هنا أتحدث كفلسطيني وأحد ضحايا الإرهاب والهجرة. أنا والداي من الناصرة وتم تهجيرهم من مدينة الناصرة وعشت في مخيمات اللجوء في سوريا ومن ثم إلى أكثر من لجوء. وأكرر إن أعلى درجات الإرهاب وأخطرها هو إرهاب الدولة المنظم. وقد تحدث سفير إسرائيل في إيطاليا وهو سفير الأكثر تطرفا وعنصرية لحكومته وأكثر من حكومته، ويمثل حكومة الاحتلال الإسرائيلي اليمينية المتطرفة والتي تقود أكبر إرهاب ضد شعبنا الفلسطيني الآن في الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة. هذه الحكومة التي تغذي التطرف وتتغذى عليه من خلال دعمها إلى قطعان المستوطنين المتطرفين الذين تشاهدونهم جميعا يوميا على شاشات التلفزة ومواقع التواصل الاجتماعي باعتداءاتهم اليومية على شعبنا وخاصة على المسجد الأقصى وكنيسة القيامة. لقد شاهدتم جميعا، وكان بودي أن يكون السفير الإسرائيلي هنا ليسمع، شاهدتم جميعا إرهاب المستوطنين وقطعانهم وهم يعتدون على المصلين في باحات المسجد الأقصى، أولى القبلتين وثالث الحرمين الشريفين بالنسبة للمسلمين جميعا، وعلى كنيسة القيامة بوابة الأرض إلى السماء لكافة المسيحيين في الأرض. وكان آخر الاعتداءات على الصحفية الجميلة الحقيقة شيرين أبو عقلة ومن ثم قتلها. ولم يكتفي إرهاب المستوطنين وجنود الاحتلال معهم من قتل الصحفية شيرين أبو عقلة، بل تم الاعتداء على نعشها ومنعوا الناس المشاركة في تشييعها عندما خرجت من الكنيسة في القدس. هل هناك إرهاب أكثر من هذا الإرهاب المنظم الذي تقوده حكومة الاحتلال؟ وفي المقابل ممنوع على عائلتها، عائلة الصحفية شيرين أبو عقلة، وعلى الجزيرة، قناة الجزيرة القطرية والسلطة الفلسطينية من متابعة قضيتها في محكمة الجنايات الدولية. هذا ما تريده حكومة الاحتلال. لن أطيل وسأترك لزميلي رئيس الوفد الذي سيتحدث بعد قليل ليكمل باقي القضية، وشكرا.
Thank you very much. Now I will leave the floor to Mauro Medico from UNSCT. I would like to thank all of you for the first session, which has been extremely interesting, with a lot of lessons for all of us and a key comment from all the states which are involved. Thank you. Mauro, please.
Sergio, thank you so much. I think we pass straight to the next session. So I would like to invite my dear colleague and friend, Ms. Denise Lifton, and to join us as the moderator and the speaker for next session to please sit in the front rows and then come to here. Denise, you can sit here, and then, yes, you can sit anywhere, wherever you find a place there. Sì, me lo prendo. Denise, I'm reminded that if we are sitting here, we cannot remove the mask. So when you speak, you have to keep the mask. It's only when somebody's at the podium that can remove the mask. Okay. So that's what I'm reminded for. And they have the disinfection. So I think we really wanted to dedicate now a session to civil society organization or to victims in general, because we thought it was most important for the parliamentarians or from the diplomats or the international organization to really listen directly from victims and civil society organization what the main needs are in view of possible legislative intervention. So most grateful to Denise. I'll give the floor to her and she will moderate this session.
Thank you, Mauro. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to session 2 of the High Level International Conference. And as Mauro said, we will focus on the crucial role of civil society organizations, including victims associations, in promoting and protecting the rights and needs and providing support and ensuring access to justice for victims of terrorism. Honouring, advocating for and supporting victims of terrorism remains a high priority for the Office of Counterterrorism, as dedicated through our 2 programs, the Parliamentary Programme as well as the Global Victims of Terrorism Support Programme, that works to ensure that all counterterrorism efforts are victim-centric. Civil society is uniquely placed to understand the needs and interests of victims of terrorism and to raise victims' concerns. Victims associations can play a key role in facilitation, advocacy, collaboration with and between victims and national governmental actors. Although, as we've heard, it's the state's primary responsibility to look after its population and in the event of a terrorist attack, to provide recovery support to victims of terrorism, victims associations can play and do play an important role in strengthening individual and collective resilience. In the interventions you will hear today, you will learn how civil society organizations are often supplementary to public recovery programs, where each program exists, and they're able to provide direct, closer, and more individualized support to victims, which may sometimes go beyond what public initiatives may offer. Victims associations are also often at the forefront of advancing the rights of victims of crime in general and of terrorism in particular, both nationally and at the global level, including in supporting victims during court proceedings. This session, which I'm honored to moderate, will address the multi-layered role and place of victims associations and civil society organizations, ranging from providing information and support to conducting advocacy and outreach activities, and more generally in giving a voice to victims. It will look at the need to recognize and facilitate the development of victims associations, as well as foster cooperation with official authorities and people such as yourselves. As we have heard in earlier sessions, the model legislative provisions to support the needs and protect the rights of victims of terrorism serves as a model for the review of existing laws and procedures related to victims of terrorism and the development where no legislation exists. The development of model legislative provisions can serve to draw attention to the urgency of taking concrete steps to protect, assist, and support victims of terrorism. In this session, we will explore some of the fundamental issues contained in the model legislative provisions, such as remembrance and recognition, assistance and support, compensation, access to justice, and the role of civil society organizations and victims associations. Before we proceed with the panel, I now have the pleasure to invite Mr. Fahmy Zarir, Member of Bureau of the Palestinian National Council, to take this podium for his intervention. Mr. Zarir, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وبصراحة أنا كنت شأن الآخرين لأني صاحب قاعدة لكي تسمع يجب أن تسمع. أنا سمعت سفير إسرائيل ولكنه لن يسمعنا، ربما يتحقق من تقارير حول ما نقول. السيد جينارو رئيس البرلمان المتوسطي، السيد ماريو مدير مكتب الأمم المتحدة، السيدة رئيسة الجلسة المحترمة دينيس، الحضور الكريم، بداية نشكر كل من أسهم في هذه الورشة البرلمانية والمدنية، البرلمان الإيطالي المستضيف ومكتب الأمم المتحدة والأشقاء في دولة قطر على جهدهم ودورهم في ذلك. ويسعدني أن نلبي هذه الدعوة الكريمة والمقدرة من طرفنا برغم تأخرها وحرصا منا على المشاركة، لأننا أصحاب قضية طال انتظار شعبنا وكل أحرار العالم ومحبي السلام والحياة أملا ويقينا في ضرورة حلها بمنح الشعب العربي الفلسطيني حقه في تقرير مصيره بحر إرادته ومشيئته وفوق أرض دولته المحتلة. يسعدني أن تكون هذه المشاركة الأولى لي كأمين سر للمجلس الوطني الفلسطيني بعد انتخاباته الأخيرة. في فلسطين يظهر النموذج الأكثر وضوحا لإرهاب الدولة المنظم، الإرهاب الذي دفع الاحتلال الإسرائيلي لبناء نموذج فريد كدولة فصل عنصري فاقت ما سبق من نماذج تعلمت منها كيف تمارس التطهير العرقي حد جرائم الحرب والإبادة والتمييز العنصري، لكنها لم تتعلم بعد أن هذه الأنظمة بادت وما سادت وانتهت ولم تبقى. هذا النموذج الصارخ أداة الإرهاب فيه دولة احتلال، لذا فهو إرهاب دولة منظم والضحية فيه شعب بأكمله، وأينما يتواجد الفلسطيني يتواجد الإرهاب ضده. أستعرض على عجل المؤشرات الرئيسية للتمييز والعقوبات الجماعية. 1. في الداخل يتم تطبيق قانون القومية وكان غير اليهودي درجة ثانية، دولة ثنائية القومية ولكنها ثنائية القانون ولكنها وحيدة القانون. 2. في قطاع غزة يتم الحصار منذ سنين وفرض شروط حياة بائسة ولا يسهل إلا ما يديم الانقسام الفلسطيني. 3. في الضفة الغربية يمارس القتل والإعدام الميداني والاعتقال الإداري والتعسفي والتضييق على حياة الناس ومصادرة أملاكهم وتقييد حريتهم. محزن حقا قتل الأطفال تقصدا. أذكر أن 19 ما دون سن 18 عاما قد قتلوا برصاص الجيش الإسرائيلي في هذا العام وحده. في القدس 4. يبدأ الاحتلال بخلق البيئة الطاردة للوجود الفلسطيني في القدس وطرد وتشريد الناس إلى الضغط المادي كما في الشيخ جراح وسلوان ووادي الجوز لترحيلهم والتضييق على المتعبدين واقتحام بيوت العبادة كما في المسجد الأقصى وكنيسة القيامة. 5. ولكم أن تتخيلوا في الشتات دولة الاحتلال تمنح الحق لكل مدعي أو راغب بالولاء للديانة اليهودية لدخول فلسطين والإقامة فيها، وتمنع كل الفلسطينيين الذين شردتهم خلال حرب 1948 والذين نزحوا في حرب 1967 بقوة السلاح، تمنعهم من أي محاولة للعودة ولو حتى زيارة بيوتهم. هذا وغيره من المسلكيات العنصرية الفاعلة والنشطة دفعت العديد من منظمات المجتمع المدني في مجال القانون والحريات إلى توصيف دولة الاحتلال باعتبارها نظام فصل عنصري، في مقدمتها منظمة العفو الدولية أمنستي ومنظمة هيومن رايتس ووتش، وكذلك تفعل حملات المقاطعة الدولية المتمثلة في الBDS وتتفقدها أيضا مؤسسات حقوق الإنسان الدولية ومنها مجلس حقوق الإنسان. توصف أو توصف منظمة العفو الدولية، وبالمناسبة جزء من هذه الكلمة قد كتبتها عقب كلمة سفير دولة الاحتلال في إيطاليا. توصف منظمة العفو الدولية أمنستي إسرائيل كدولة فصل عنصري، وتعرفها في تقرير موسع تجاوز 182 صفحة بعنوان الفصل العنصري الإسرائيلي ضد الفلسطينيين، نظام وحشي للهيمنة وجريمة ضد الإنسانية. يعتبر التقرير أن هنالك انتهاك للقانون الدولي العام وانتهاك لحقوق الإنسان المحمية دوليا وجريمة ضد الإنسانية بموجب القانون الجنائي الدولي تنصيص، وأن نطاق هذه الانتهاكات على جانبي الخط الأخضر حدود 1948 والغاية إقامة اليهود على حساب الفلسطينيين تنصيص، هيمنة يحركها وهم التفوق والنقاء العرقي، وهو ما أوردته تفصيلا في بداية الحديث. يورد التقرير أيضا شرحا تفصيليا مستدلا واستدلالا قانونيا على سياسات وإجراءات عنصرية للتعامل مع الفلسطينيين كمرتبة عرقية أدنى من اليهودية، ومنها التفتيت المناطقي، المستوطنات اليهودية، الفصل والتمييز القانوني، تقييد الحركة للفلسطينيين، جدار الفصل العنصري، مصادرة الأراضي والترحيل القسري للفلسطينيين، الاعتقال الإداري والتعذيب، الاضطهاد والقضاء المنحاز والإعدامات الميدانية. هنا الضحية، وكذلك تقييد الحقوق السياسية والمدنية باعتبارها مستباحة للاحتلال الإسرائيلي لأسباب تتعلق برصدها الحقيقة. مثل هذه المنظمات يتم الضغط عليها، مثل هذه المنظمات تتعرض للتضييق التام والتعنيف أحيانا، وأحيانا كثيرا الاتهام بمحاباة الإرهاب وبذلك تتهم بمعاداة السامية. أما المنظمات المحلية الإسرائيلية مثل بيت سالم فالتضييق عليها لم يتوقف مطلقا. وما يخص منظمات المجتمع المدني الفلسطيني فهي تتعرض لمحاربة منهجية ومحاولات لتحييدها وأحيانا تصفيتها وتصفية أفرادها. هنالك حرب جدية وإعلامية على موثقي جرائم الفصل العنصري تتجلى في الأمثلة التالية: 1. إغلاق مؤسسات المجتمع المدني العاملة في هذا المجال أو ما يتصل به، كما تم مع 6 مؤسسات فلسطينية منها الحق والضمير وبيسان والحركة العالمية للدفاع عن الطفل، وبعضها له يعمل في الأراضي الفلسطينية منذ 45 عام. 2. الإعدام الميداني للعديد من الصحفيين، عشرات من الصحفيين الفلسطينيين وبعض الأجانب بل بعض الأمريكيين والفرنسيين وبعض الأجانب قتلوا في الميدان لأنهم يحملون كاميرا توثيق. لم تكن آخرهم الإعلامية شيرين أبو عاقلة، بل آخرهن من النساء الصحفية غفران وراسني. الاعتقال الإداري، حاليا أكثر من 600 معتقل إداري دون تهمة واحدة. احتجاز تعسفي، جزء حقيقي منهم من ناشطي حقوق الإنسان ويتجاوز العشرات، والإحصائيات تتحدث عن ذلك. 4. منع عديد الوفود الحقوقية الدولية من دخول فلسطين وكذلك البرلمانية، منها من مجلس حقوق الإنسان والعفو الدولي وحتى البرلمان الأوروبي ولجانه الفرعية. السيدات والسادة، إن الدور المناط لمنظمات المجتمع المدني في دعم ضحايا الإرهاب وضمان الوصول إلى العدالة هام وحيوي، ولكنه في الحقيقة يواجه تحديات كبيرة في كل أنحاء العالم، لأنه يواجه بصفة عامة جماعات لا تحترم القانون ولا الحق بالحياة. في فلسطين الوضع أكثر صعوبة وتعقيدا، لأن هنالك دولة تعتبر ذاتها فوق القانون ولا تحترمه. هذه هي الحالة الخاصة. هنا يتطلب سن التشريعات الدولية والوطنية وتفعيل المحاكم الدولية والوطنية أيضا، ويتطلب حماية حرية عمل المنظمات ذات العلاقة وتسهيل حركتها وجمع المعلومات ومساعدة الضحايا وتسهيل حياتهم عقب ذلك. في حالنا المهمة حقا صعبة، لأننا لا نعالج مشكلة فردية، نعالج أو جماعية حتى أو جماعة منبوذة، بل نعالج مشكلة دولة ما زالت تحظى على مكانة وتعاطف ودعم، والطرف الثاني وهو نحن ليس ضحية فردية أو تجمعات وجماعة محددة، بل كل هذا وفوق هذا هنالك ضحية اسمها الشعب الفلسطيني. فلسطين برغم كل ما يقع عليها من جرائم إلا أنها من الأكثر تعاونا لمحاربة الإرهاب، لأنها تؤمن أن القضاء عليه غاية الإنسانية والمجتمع الدولي، وتؤمن أن تمكين منظمات المجتمع المدني لمعاونة ومساندة ضحايا الإرهاب واجبنا جميعا. السيدات والسادة، يجب منح كل التسهيلات لمنظمات المجتمع المدني للقيام بعملها ووضع التشريعات الضامنة لحمايتها ووضع توصياتها موضع التنظيم الجدي. هنا سأعود لسرد توصية أمنستي منظمة العفو الدولية في تقريرها المشار التي ذكرت منه كثيرا، وسأورد بعض ذلك تنصيصا. تقول في التوصيات أمنستي: إلغاء نظام الفصل العنصري الوحشي ضروري لملايين الفلسطينيين الذين يعيشون في إسرائيل والأراضي الفلسطينية. ويحث التقرير على ضرورة أن يغير المجتمع الدولي بشكل عاجل وجذري مقاربته للنزاع الإسرائيلي الفلسطيني والاعتراف بالجرائم التي ترتكبها إسرائيل، هذا فضلا عن دعوته أي التقرير للولايات المتحدة الأمريكية والاتحاد الأوروبي والمملكة المتحدة للاعتراف بأن إسرائيل ترتكب جريمة فصل عنصري، وللمحكمة الجنائية الدولية ولمجلس الأمن وحقوق الإنسان بالقيام بواجباتها تجاه ذلك. أخيرا، نحن الفلسطينيون ضحايا الإرهاب ننادي بنهايته وإنهائه، ونؤمن أن نهايته أقرب من بدايته، إما أن يسهم المجتمع الدولي بذلك ويسرعه، وإما أنه سيشهد ذلك أن هذه الدولة قد فقدت كل مقومات وأركان قيامها الأخلاقية، وأنها ما زالت تستعمر شعبا آخر. شكرا لحسن استماعكم وإصغائكم، وآمل للإنسانية جمعاء مزيدا من الرخاء بعيدا عن الإرهاب وبعيدا عن كل الضحايا.
I would like to thank Mr. Fahmy Zaria for his remarks. I now have the pleasure to introduce our panelists for this session. Virtually, we have two panelists, and I'm just wondering if they're online. But in the room, starting from my left, we have Ms. Amy O'Neill, mental health professional. She's a consultant for the U.S. Office of Victim Assistance, and she's also a survivor of the attack of the Boston Marathon in the U.S. on the 15th of April, 2013. Next over, Ms. Odette Chesnot. She's an art therapist and founder of the Lebanese Association of Victims of Terrorism and a member of the core group of experts on the model legislative provisions. And then Mr. Kiko Thomas Y Valiente, whose father was killed by ETA and who is the current vice president of the Victims of Terrorism Foundation in Spain. We have two virtual panelists online, and I'm wondering if they're here. So we have Mr. Philippe Van Stenkiest, who's the co-founder and director of Victims Europe, and he works with victims of terrorism in Belgium, and whose sister was killed in the attack at Zaventem Airport in Brussels on the 22nd of March, 2016. We do have a fourth panelist. His name is Arturo Denovo. He's the president, Life for Paris, which is one of the main organizations for victims of the 13th of November 2015 attacks in Paris, in France. We know that the trial is actually ongoing this afternoon, so perhaps he's still stuck in court proceedings, because I know that he's actually observing them. But if he comes, we will certainly stop and make way for his intervention. So this part of the session is slightly different from the other sessions that you've been listening to. This one is much more of an interactive session between myself and the panelists. And I'll ask a series of questions to the panelists and hope that we'll get some really interesting insights and observations on many of the issues that we have spoken about today. So my first question goes to Amy. Recognition of victims of terrorism is often the first step towards basic reparations, access to services and justice, and for many is the first step towards recovery. Amy, can you please tell us why legal recognition is so important, what happened when government services were offered to you, and what parliamentarians could learn from these processes that they could take back and implement in their own countries? Amy?
Yes, thank you, Denise. And I wanted to thank UNOCT
the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, OSCE, the African Parliamentary Union, and the Shura Council State of Qatar for hosting this conversation today, as it's very important to me personally and to many victims I've met from around the world. And the legislative model provisions to support victims and to determine best practices has been really important as well. So thank you for all the work on that. His Excellency, Mr. Migliori, started with remarks this morning saying it's the same sorrow for our soul, and we're all victims of humanity, and that sometimes we can feel overlooked. So when you talk about the access to justice or the identification as a victim, those words resonated very deeply with me. Being identified as a victim formally starts our ability to access services, to access justice, to apply for compensation, to be eligible for psychosocial services, for medical care, to apply for VOCA funding for lost wages. So you can see that once you're identified as a victim, it does start the ball rolling in terms of how do we access the support that we want and need to recover. Identification by our government, by our leaders, as you said in your opening remarks, Denise, is, you know, we look to our leaders to look after their population. And when our government acknowledges us and recognized me as a victim, that was a really vital part to beginning the treatment of your trauma. When those in authority and power recognize the victimization, it's very powerful, and it helps victims feel seen. It helps victims feel acknowledged and recognized. It helps us feel like we matter. And it starts to help us put some pieces back together after feeling severely impacted, annihilated, into the core of who you are. Finally, on this topic, I just want to say the access or the opportunity to meet other victims once you're involved in the legal process is an introduction to peer support and finding people that we can share our stories with, people that understand us, and, you know, thankfully through the programs of the UN, OCT, VOT, you know, been able to meet people from around the world, and we all share very similar experiences and feelings, and we heard some of that this morning as well. So thank you. Thank you. And just to let you know that we don't have to clap until the very end, as this is an interactive dialogue. But thanks, Amy, for that. I think it's really useful to know and to hear from you as to why recognition is so important. And as you say, that makes victims feel that they matter, that they're not alone. And I think finding people, unfortunately, with common experiences highlights this even more. So I'm going to turn to Philippe, who I hope is online. Philippe, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Denise. Good afternoon, everyone.
Lovely. Philippe, good to see you. I hope you're feeling better. So Philippe, my question to you is, recognition and remembrance as forms of reparation are only part of a set of measures that governments should provide when guaranteeing victims' rights to satisfaction. However, remembrance measures are some of the most important needs for victims of terrorism and are crucial for their healing process. And we heard about this, Philippe, throughout the sessions of the conference. So the process of memorialization cannot happen without the direct involvement of victims. Philippe, how do you think civil society organizations such as Victim Europe can work with governments to ensure that memorialization and recognition are victim-centric? And why do you think memorialization and recognition are so important for victims?
Right, thank you. First of all, my excuses, I couldn't be there physically today with everyone. But yes, so there a lot of studies has been done on how to help and support victims of terrorism. It's not an exact science, as we all know, but we can say there are in fact four pillars that can help the victims of terrorism. One of them is dignity. The second one is truth. Then there is justice, and there is memorization, in fact. They're all interlinked with each other. And of course, for the victims, memory is extremely important. Victims have suddenly become a victim of something they don't always understand. The act was such an atrocity. In fact, it impacts you so hard that you feel like a little bit of dehumanized. That's why a memorization, a memory, is in fact the first occasion to find a recognition from the state, from society, but also to find again humanity. So participating at this memory is very important. But the significance or the importance of a memory for the victims is changing over the time. So the first year is extremely important, the fifth year also. It's going to be different the third year or the sixth year. So all this must be clearly understood. Memorization has also meanings for different entities. Of course, always the victims of terrorism, but also for the state and also for society. So there are different messages we are giving through. But of course, the victims should always remain centered. So how can the society, the ones who organize memory, understand the flow of time, what importance, what levels we should give and find the right balance? And I think that's where, for example, Belgium has a very good example of how it happened. After the Brussels attacks, which were the biggest terrorist attacks in Belgium, on the 22nd of March 2016, we had a Parliamentary Inquiry Commission, and they allowed the victims to come and express themselves, to explain what were the difficulties. So to openly talk with all the MPs. So it was an honest discussion, and the Parliamentary Inquiry Commission that was established with all fractions, all political fractions from left to right, center, everyone was included there, took their time to listen to the victims, and after many months they came with recommendations. And one of the recommendations is that the memories will be in the hands or will be organized by the Chancellery from the Prime Minister, but the victims' associations will be included. So each time there is a memory, we communicate with the Chancellery and we explain what are the needs, how we see it, and we try to find the right balance. This is working very nicely. Of course, in the beginning, it's always a little bit difficult, but at the end, we always reach it. And I think that's why it's extremely important that the victims are included in this memories. They also feel they are respected. And this could only happen thanks to the Parliamentary Inquiry Commission that gave this recommendation. Thank you.
Thanks, Philippe. Thanks, Philippe. And I think, you know, some of the issues that you brought out are really important for memory, because memory isn't just about remembrance, but memory is about truth, dignity, and justice as well. As Vittorio Ocasio mentioned in the earlier session, and particularly we can also see what a crucial role parliamentarians can take in supporting victims to find particularly these elements. So my next question, I turn to Odette. Terrorism is not always a single attack in a country, and in some parts of the world, terror attacks have happened very frequently, sometimes over many years and affecting thousands of people. So Odette, in your experience providing psychosocial support to victims in conflict-affected areas, can you please tell us about some of the issues faced by victims in these countries, and what are some of the challenges in attempting to meet the needs of victims? Thank you.
Oui, merci Denise, merci pour tout le monde de nous avoir donné la chance et l'opportunité d'emmener ici parmi vous la voix de tous les victimes du Liban, de Syrie et de l'Irak. Comme vous avez dit, je suis auprès de ces victimes depuis 2006 et les défis sont nombreux. Quand j'entends mes collègues parler dans les pays européens, américains et autres, je vois le gap qu'il y a entre nous. Les défis là-bas sont, comme vous l'avez mentionné, ce n'est pas un attentat, ce n'est pas un événement traumatique, c'est un enchaînement et déchaînement d'événements qui continuent année après année et génération après génération. Et tout ça sans aucune prise en charge ni psychologique ni autre, sincèrement. Là, je viens d'arriver d'Irak. C'est avant-hier, j'étais en mission à Erbil avec les gens des familles yazidis et des victimes de Mossoul, de Bagdad. Et c'est un programme qu'on fait avec l'UN Odyssey en Irak. C'est notre 3e année. Et ça me touche chaque fois, ces gens qui me regardent et me disent « mais c'est pas possible ». Il y a quelqu'un qui s'intéresse à nous en tant qu'être humain, qui vient nous dire « mais comment ça va, mais vraiment comment ça va ?» et vouloir aller les aider deeply dans toute leur vie, dans tous leurs symptômes. Et c'est des vrais symptômes très lourds, symptômes physiques. Là, on avait dans cette session 6 personnes amputées, dont une fille de 10 ans, qui n'ont jamais eu affaire à un psychologue en face d'eux. C'est quelque chose d'inimaginable. On est en 2022. C'est des défis énormes. En plus, il y a le grand défi de coexister avec leur bourreau et d'aller témoigner et être confrontés à leur bourreau pendant des séances juridiques dans lesquelles ils ne sont pas assistés, ni préparés avant les séances, ni pendant, ni après. On a su plusieurs cas de suicide après qu'ils passent devant le juge et qu'ils se confrontent avec leur agresseur. Je parle des femmes yazidis qui ont été pris en otage à l'âge de 11 ans, violées, vendues, revendues, et qu'elles reviennent à l'âge de 16 ans à un monde qui n'est pas du tout le leur, qui vivent dans des camps, dans des tentes collectives, avec tout ce que vous pouvez imaginer qu'ils peuvent vivre dans ces tentes après tout ce qu'ils ont vécu. C'est vraiment des misères humaines qu'aucun être humain ne peut supporter ou accepter. Du coup, je ne vais pas être longue, mais vraiment c'est du cœur, c'est un cri du cœur des défis qu'ils ont, ces victimes, et tous les aidants et toutes les sociétés civiles qui sont auprès d'eux.
Thank you, Odette. And thank you, Odette. And also to highlight some of the challenges that people are facing, and also just to reiterate how important it is for victims to have these services, particularly psychological support is often something that, you know, national authorities don't really provide, and it's kind of left up to private actors to, you know, to give these support services. So that's one thing I hope that we'll also be able to take back with us. So now I turn to Kiko, and victims often experience a sense of isolation, which leaves them alone, facing their bereavement and in trying to overcome the trauma and sense of loss, which often resurfaces when participating in court proceedings. Kiko, how can national parliaments and governments work together to provide for an open civic space for victims, victims associations and CSOs in the margins of court proceedings and facilitate their access to court hearings?
Good afternoon. I want to start by sincerely thank you for the invitation. I won't remember that in Spain in the last decades, 1,453 people were killed by terrorist groups, most of them in the years of democracy, most of them by ETA. And as you know, ETA was a group that act mostly in Basque Country, but in the whole state also. And yes, in the last decades of the past century, the victims of ETA were pretty much isolated, but the Spanish society, with the pass of the time, discovered the important role that the victims are called to play against terrorism. And I say that because on my experience in the fight against terrorism, the resignation of the victims to have a revenge is a very important symbol for the democracy to gain legitimacy against terrorism. And that builds the framework to defeat terrorism. I guess in an important proportion, terrorism is a matter of public opinion. And it's very important to show a unique front against terrorism. And in order to do that, we need to believe in ourselves and be coherent, consistent with the democratic system. Philippe talked about memory, and the memory of the victims who has paid a tragic price in the defense of the constitutional system oblige us not to pay any kind of price, and respect also at the same time the civil rights of the suspects, the criminals, the prisoners. And this is the way to reach the victory against terrorism, because this is the way we we build the legitimacy of the democracy. We sustain the democracy against terrorism. And in this in this fight, the victims have an important role to play.
Thank you very much. And I think highlighting this important role is really important. And also, I particularly liked your point about believing in yourself. I think too many victims don't believe in themselves, and I think it goes back to our earlier comment about finding people who have a common experience and feeling that solidarity as well. So thank you for that. I'm going to now come back to Amy. We've noted that access to justice is an important component of the recovery process for victims of all crimes, including terrorism. But not all acts of terrorism result in a criminal justice process for the victims. Amy, you were invited to participate in the trial of the Boston Marathon perpetrator. Can you talk to us about some of the important victim-centric processes that you experienced at the time and in the years since the trial? And perhaps highlight, one or two key lessons for parliamentarians here in terms of victim participation. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Kiko and Odette's questions both support this question as well. When we're talking about many victims don't get the opportunity to attend a trial, that's also very significant and needs to be noted. However, having had the opportunity to attend a trial, one of the core primary experiences that first happened was being with other victims and survivors. So as Odette said, a key practice would be helping people be prepared to confront the attacker, to be in the trial, to re-experience the crime, to listen to other survivor stories and victim stories, the stories of the bereaved, to rewatch, potentially videotape. It can be very re-traumatizing. So having the appropriate psychosocial support so that victims are not re-traumatized by attending the criminal justice process, but they're able to have this experience to help reduce that sense of loneliness. And I know you mentioned that victims often don't believe in themselves, and sometimes it's not a matter of believing in yourself, but not having anybody else to connect with that really understands, that can help you put the words together for what your experience has been. It was mentioned in the morning session that a legal process can be very complex, which it is. It's hard to understand. It can be overwhelming to know what's happening. But when parliamentarians can help ensure that victims have efficient communication, to understand what's happening in the legal process, to be prepared, to know what's going to happen, for example, to not hear about it on the news. In my case, we still get notifications from the government when there's an appeal going on or when the attacker is requesting some kind of legal appearance. So we get that information. In terms of the reparation process, I think it's really important for parliamentarians and for governments to be aware that the trial process itself can be very healing, and it can help mitigate that PTSD that somebody mentioned just a short while ago as well, by helping people put together the narrative, and that psychosocial support when at the trial can also be very, very helpful and beneficial. And personally, I found the opportunity to be in the courtroom with the surviving perpetrator very helpful, which to take some of that fear and put it back. You know, this person was in custody, and to see them there, that was very very helpful. So some key lessons would be, how do we prepare victims to deal with going to a trial? What kind of psychosocial support? And also to help victims that don't get to go to a trial. How do they prepare to continue healing without the opportunity for that access to justice? And also making sure we understand what's happening, helping to break down the complex process. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy. You brought up quite a number of elements there that I feel I wish we had more time to unpack. But I think it's really useful just to highlight that, you know, trials can be healing, as you said, and that victims' access to justice provides much more than just truth, but so many other elements of justice and dignity and come out as well, and particularly also psychosocial support that you mentioned. So all very useful lessons learned. Thank you. So I'm going to now turn to Philippe. Philippe, who I hope is still with us.
Yes, no worries. Thank you.
The nature of terrorist attacks often includes a dimension whereby people from many different countries are caught up in attack, and it can be challenging for governments to meet the needs of cross-border victims. The attacks in Brussels, Philippe, particularly affected people from many different countries. In your experience, what are the key issues for parliamentarians to consider when accommodating the needs of cross-border victims?
Right. Well, I think one of the key goals is to assure that a terrorist attack is not creating a fracture within our society. By helping and supporting the victims of terrorism without any discrimination, and to provide them the possibility to become again fully and proud citizens of the society is probably one of the strongest messages we can give against terrorism. Show them that they will not divide us. Therefore, it's necessary that all the victims of terrorism are treated without any discrimination base. This is also valid for within a nation. For example, when you have a federal state, on different federal sites, there might be that victims have different rights. This can create frustration. Also, when the support happens, for example, through insurances, again, via insurances, some people might have more rights than other ones. And all these frustrations and misunderstandings is not ideal. It's exactly the same for the victims, the cross-border victims. In fact, we as victims, we are like one big family. Most of the people among victims, it's difficult to communicate with other people. And when we meet other victims of terrorism, even internationally, like what we have, for example, with France or Spain, we are like a big family. We share our experiences. We feel this emotional solidarity. Cross-border victims are also often connected to the national victims, if I can call it like this. To give you a simple example, it might be, we have a concrete example in Belgium. We have someone who's foreigner but resident in Belgium, and the mother came on a visit to Belgium and she got killed. So we all communicate. If we feel that we are treated the same way, these situations can lead to anger. This anger, if you don't solve it, this anger might become an anger towards the state, and then we have this division which we try to avoid. So that's why it's extremely important that the border victims have the same right as the national victims. We often see also that the executive is very much concerned about the technical aspects of how to help the victims. All try to test. Maybe it is more important to have the right philosophy, that the society, that the government understands its real need of the victims, and to start with the right philosophy. At that moment, I think again that the Parliament plays a key role, a major role. The Parliament represents the people, they prepare the laws. If they understand and communicate with the victims, that we provide foundation, right ethics, how to support victims, and then it is the job for the Parliament and then the executive to put this on the practical side. Thank you.
Thanks, Philippe, and apologies for the internet connection. But important points that you brought up, particularly the point about non-discrimination, that all victims should be treated alike. Particularly, this is pertinent for cross-border victims, where they often find themselves in countries where they don't speak the language, they don't know what consular assistance they can be provided to them, insurance, as Philippe was saying. So really important elements to take on board, and particularly liked your point, Philippe, about Parliament representing the people and leading the way on rights. So we continue to look at parliamentarians for this strong leadership. So my next question is to Odette. So, Odette, we know you've been working with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, UNODC, and you've worked very closely with judges and prosecutors to ensure victims' participation in the justice process. Could you tell us a bit more about this, please? And should mechanisms for victims of terrorism include features that cater to victims with specific vulnerabilities, for example, women victims of sexual violence? Thank you.
Thank you. On a commencé le travail avec les juges et les inspecteurs en Irak en collaboration avec le bureau de l'UNODC de Vienne, supporté par les Pays-Bas. Et l'idée, c'était d'aller apporter, il n'y a pas la traduction? It's okay for the translation? Okay. Okay. So, le but, c'était de sensibiliser les juges et les inspecteurs sur les symptômes de la victime et de savoir comment la questionner sans la revictimiser une autre fois, sans qu'elle revit de nouveau ce qu'elle a vécu en premier acte terroriste. Dans le sens où, si cette victime, elle n'est pas assistée, préparée, et que le juge aussi n'est pas préparé à comment il va l'interroger ou l'inspecteur dans le cadre avec qui est présent dans la salle, toute la partie, que ça soit logistique ou que ça soit dans les questions et la modalité de questionnement et l'affrontement avec l'agresseur, et aussi plein de victimes sont obligées de montrer des vidéos qui sont plus que choquantes, qu'ils revivent tout ça pour prouver ce qui s'est passé. Du coup, on a mis tout ce programme en place pour mettre un cadre pour ces juges et ces inspecteurs, pour les aider à comment faire leur travail correctement, mais sans faire beaucoup plus de mal pour la victime. Ce qui était étonnant, c'est que la première séance, quand on a commencé à travailler avec les juges, ma collègue, elle présentait les symptômes de la victime, du PTSD, avec tous les symptômes, les reviviscences, les cauchemars répétitifs, tout ça. Et là, un des juges se met debout, il dit « ça c'est moi ». Elle dit « comment ça c'est toi ?» Et là, les langues commencent à se délire, et tous, ils nous ont expliqué qu'eux-mêmes, ils ont été victimes dans leur carrière en Irak, ils ont vécu des années d'attentats et tout ça. Et lui, c'était un parmi eux, il était dans un attentat d'une voiture piégée, il a failli perdre ses 2 fils. Et depuis, il a tous ces symptômes, et il n'ose même pas en parler. Il a accumulé, et il a failli même démissionner. Et là, parce qu'il n'arrivait plus à traiter aucun dossier. Chaque fois qu'il est en face d'un témoignage ou d'une victime ou autre, eh ben, tous les flashbacks lui reviennent de lui avec ses fils. Il n'arrivait plus à traiter les dossiers. Et là, c'était un exemple et avec qui on a travaillé en individuel et il a repris son travail normalement. Et ça nous a montré qu'on est là-bas, je parle dans nos pays, dans une société qui, l'homme doit garder une certaine apparence. On ne dit pas, on n'avoue pas, on cache et tout ça s'accumule. Et ça sort sur des violences sur sa propre famille ou sur autres. Ça sort quelque part. Ça ne peut pas rester tout ça enfoui, renfermé en nous. Du coup, ce travail avec les juges, c'était très intéressant parce qu'on partait sur une sorte de formation et ça a été beaucoup plus intéressant, beaucoup plus approfondi, beaucoup plus humain pour se rendre compte qu'eux-mêmes, il faut qu'ils prennent soin d'eux pour pouvoir aider les autres. D'où l'importance que dans les instances juridiques, qu'il y ait une présence des psychologues qui débriefent les juges après les séances parce qu'ils voient des horreurs et vraiment les horreurs qu'ils ont vues en Irak et cumulées sans décharger, sans débriefer, ça a fait qu'eux-mêmes, ils deviennent des victimes, sincèrement. Et concernant votre question sur les victimes de violences sexuelles, c'est un sujet très vaste et qui me tient à cœur parce que ces femmes, elles sont délaissées à eux-mêmes. Il y en a plusieurs qu'on a rencontrées qui ont été obligées de laisser leurs enfants chez Daesh après avoir été violées et avoir eu des enfants malgré eux dans leur captivité. Alors, il y en a plusieurs qui ont laissé des enfants là-bas et qui n'osent même pas en parler. Et c'est qu'aux psychologues qu'il en parle parce qu'il est tenu du secret professionnel. Et il y en a d'autres qui ne sont pas revenus pour ne pas laisser les enfants là-bas. Et il y en a plusieurs qui ont été tués par leur propre famille quand ils sont revenus parce qu'ils portaient la honte pour la famille. Du coup, c'est des victimes qui sont victimes de tous les côtés et qui continuent à l'être et qui sont ni assistées. Et ils ont besoin d'un travail psychologique de fond pour se remettre en accord avec le corps. Parce que je ne vais pas faire un cours de psychologie là, mais elles sont complètement découpées d'elles-mêmes. Ils sont là, elles mangent, elles boivent, vous les voyez, elles rigolent, mais il n'y a aucun affect, aucune sensation corporelle, aucune sensation en tant que femme qui a le droit de vivre, de refaire sa vie ou d'aimer ou autre. Bref, c'est très très complexe et il faut que vraiment qu'il y ait des fonds spécialisés pour mettre en place des unités spécialisées et vraiment professionnelles qui soient auprès de ces femmes et que ces projets ne s'arrêtent pas. Merci.
Thank you, and that one definitely deserves an applause. Thank you, Odette. Yeah, you brought up some really interesting points, many of which Amy also spoke about in terms of raising awareness of the symptoms of victims so that when they do go into a court or they are observing a trial, that those needs are being catered for. And I think you both talk about minimizing the amount of re-victimization, and I think that's a really important point to make. And particularly your point also, Odette, on sexual violence, I think it just highlights, you know, the intense challenges in treating victims of sexual violence, and you know, the main reason why you know, we talk about it is because it does, as you say, need specific funding because they have specific vulnerabilities and their psychosocial needs are very unique to them. All victims of terrorism have unique needs, but unfortunately, victims of sexual violence needs tend to be more unique. So thank you for highlighting that. Now I'm going to turn my attention to Kiko. Victims of terrorism, like other people, have the right to create any form of association or organization to represent and advocate for their interests, protect their rights, or assist and support their needs. Can you tell us, you run the Victims of Terrorism Foundation in Spain, which was created 20 years ago, works as an umbrella group for many of the victims' associations across the country. So can you tell us about any lessons learned in establishing the foundation, how it collaborates with different associations across the board, and how in particular it works in partnership with the Spanish government to protect and assist victims? Thank you.
Yes, of course. Well, the foundation was created as a result of an agreement of the two more important parties in Spain, the conservative PP, who was in the government in those years, in 2001, and the first opposition party that was the Socialist Party. So the creation of the foundation was a result of the consensus of a wide open mind of both parties. As you have said, our differential fact is to be an entity with a vocation for integrate the entire associative movement, the several private association of victims in Spain, and act as a meeting point, and with a purpose of promote and disseminate the democratic values, the defense of the human rights, the plurality, the freedom of citizens, and at the same time to be a useful vehicle for consultation for a better understanding of the situation of the group of victims of terrorism in Spain. We are financed from the public budget, but also from private collaborations, and we have a program of help to the victims, which is complementary of the public help, and try to help several associations to develop projects that are not covered for the public budget. And this is a very important priority for us. Well, we are not very big, but in fact, we do, I think, an important role, helping the rest of the associations.
Thank you. And could you just talk a bit more about the collaboration with the Spanish government and any sort of good practices that came out of that?
The collaboration of the government,
with the government.
We as a foundation, we depend on the Interior Ministry, and they give us, for example, the place we have our meetings. They give us information. For example, recently we asked information about the situation of the ETA prisoners in Spain in order to clarify if there has been any kind of favor treatment for them because of the political agreements of the government with a party who is more or less the heir of the political movement of terrorists, you know. The party now itself is called Bildu, and in the past was called Herri Batasuna, but in some way it has a very close relation. So in the media there were this problem, this kind of question: is there any kind of unfair treatment on favor of the ETA prisoners? So we asked information to the government about that. They gave us, and we shared this information. So there are several ways to cooperate, but at the end of the day, we depend on the Ministry of Interior, although we are not, we are independent, you know.
Thank you, which shows that even when you're an independent civil society organization, you know, there's still much benefit from working with local authorities, and also for highlighting the important role of victims' associations. Many of the panelists today are involved in victims associations, and without civil society participation, I think victims would also be the poorer for it. So thank you very much. We are going to go to our third question. I think time allows it. So this is the same question, but to all the panelists. So I'll start with yourself, Amy. We have talked about recognition, support, protection, access to justice and compensation as the key areas of need for victims of terrorism. And this has also been reflected in lots of other discussions throughout the conference this morning. So what advice would you give to parliamentarians on drafting legislation and the development of national comprehensive assistance plans for victims of terrorism in their countries? And Amy, I start with you, and then we'll go to Philippe, Odette, and Kiko. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of a national comprehensive assistance plan, I like the term, one of the organizations I'm a stakeholder for, victim stakeholder, we talk about response, resilience, and recovery. So breaking down that experience of assistance into those three areas. So response, some of the things that Odette has mentioned, first responders, political appointees that victims will interface with, medical personnel, all being trauma informed and trauma competent as to not further traumatize people in response to a terrorist attack. Resilience, how do we foster that by being able to connect people together, peer support, using victim stakeholder voices and policy. And I think for me personally, I just want to highlight the recovery aspect of things. As Odette mentioned, the words she said, being torn apart from themselves, is such a powerful statement, and you've touched on it as well, Denise. Shame is a very central feature to victimization experience that people feel, either not understanding their victimization and can turn to other things, alcohol, food, drugs, other behaviors that are not helpful in coping. So not only do we need funding for recovery resources, but we really need adequate training. Mental health professionals and psychologists need to really understand the complexity of victim of terrorism needs, the culture, the context, financial, social, emotional, and the physical aspect of that victimization. Odette also mentioned the number of traumas that somebody has incurred, the number of atrocities or victimizations, if they're living in a constant state of fear. All that stuff matters a lot in terms of what somebody is carrying forward when they don't have the opportunity to heal that trauma. So when we talk about comprehensive assistance plans, not only is that potentially financial compensation, but physical recovery, but the psychological planning, I think, is really essential. When we don't help people recover emotionally, they are passing on that trauma to their next generation. And when we're living in trauma in a multi-generational context, then we have entire communities that are living traumatized. Your bodies are impacted. The way that you experience stress changes, and that is delivered to the next generation. There's an emotional inheritance. And that emotional solidarity that Philippe talked about is not only going to be through the psychological assistance, but also through the ability to connect with peer support groups. As he mentioned, people from around the world, we have this really important relationship with each other. So also using victim stakeholders in the NGOs and in policy draft, I think, is really important, because they can share, we can share experiences that are really important to be included in drafting assistance plans. And I think that also helps to make communities more resilient as well.
Thank you. Pass the floor to Philippe.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Amy. It's really always amazing to hear. We're all from different countries, even continents, and we all have the same message. We experienced in the past that member states truly believe they are ready to support the victims of terrorism. Until the moment when it really happens. When it happens on a large scale, they are suddenly confronted with the missing items. And that sometimes become very difficult because you have to act fast in speed to support the victims of terrorism rightly, because only then as a state you provide the confidence towards the victims and you give the right image to the society that you protect these victims who fell for the state or for our society. So I could only advise that it's very interesting have this ethical approach, right? How to support victims of terrorism. There have many studies have been done, many messages have been given already. I know it takes time, it takes courage also to listen to the victims of terrorism because it's always a very unpleasant topic. But like we are doing here all together, these are steps forward. We have to learn from each other. We have to learn from the countries who have already, sadly, a longer experience of terrorism and how to approach the victims of terrorism. I'm more also busy in Europe, and I can see that, for example, Spain is really, I would say, a model of excellence on how to approach the victims of terrorism, but also France did huge steps, Belgium also. So I could only advise that we communicate. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We have to learn from each other. And try to adapt it to each legislation. This is for me the key message. We are all in this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippe. Odette.
Moi, j'ai un mot à dire, c'est qu'il faut qu'on travaille ensemble. On ne peut pas être les parlementaires et les politiques d'un côté et les victimes et la société civile d'un autre côté. On est main dans la main pour pouvoir changer les choses. Au Liban, on a mis en place des sessions où on a, pour la première fois, mis en commun des victimes avec des parlementaires, avec des juges, et ils ont discuté ensemble ce que la victime vit tous les jours, tout simplement. Et ils ont changé toute leur façon de voir la victime. Il y a même une juge qui m'a marquée quand elle m'a dit à la fin de la session: avant, j'écrivais, il y a eu un attentat, par exemple, à Beyrouth, le 2/12/2020, il y a eu 5 victimes. C'était des chiffres. Là, maintenant, elle met le prénom et le nom de chaque victime. Ça, c'est important que maintenant, elle pense la justice, mais d'une autre façon, humainement. Là, elle les voit, elle les écoute, elle les entend. Ça, c'est important, ce travail. Et ça, c'est le rôle de la société civile, de faire le lien entre ces victimes qui, sincèrement, je le dis, pour eux, l'État nous a lâchés. Moi, je parle de chez nous. Il y a ce gap. Or, non, l'État n'a pas lâché, mais l'État n'est pas là proche d'eux pour comprendre qu'est-ce qui se passe. Et parce qu'on a aussi le problème que dans nos États là-bas, il y a des milliers et des milliers de victimes. Bref, ce travail de mettre en lien les victimes avec les parlementaires pour ensemble penser les textes de loi, je crois que c'est la meilleure solution pour qu'on puisse avancer et établir des vrais États qui respectent les droits des victimes.
Well, it's the same message, I think, from every one of us. I would say that the parliamentarian, the government, the politics has to avoid any kind of a temptation of get any kind of electoral award by using the terrorism, not the terrorism, but the fact of the terrorism, or for example the mistakes of a government fighting against the terrorists, and so and so. Unique front, and also loyalty to the things that to the constitutional principles, and in two aspects: respecting the criminals or the terrorists' rights, and not paying any kind of price to the blackmail. That means also not negotiate with terrorism because that breaks the front. And this is a very difficult situation because it's part of the blackmail. But this kind of politics has to be made with the unanimous support of the whole society. Don't try to find a shortcut, because against terrorism there is any kind of shortcut.
Thank you to all of you, and you've all brought up you know, really important elements ranging from training to providing psychosocial support, ensuring that you know, we're minimizing the amount of trauma that we actually pass to the next generation. But most importantly, and what I gathered from all of you was this, the opportunity of being in it together, of working together, and humanizing victims. And I think that's a really important point. And in fact, the pillar 1 of the Global Counterterrorism Strategy, the first point it actually makes is this need to not dehumanize victims. And I think a lot of our work also stems from that. So my last and final question, and it really a sort of perhaps just a sort of quick fire round, is, and we've touched on it before, is how does civil society and victims associations, how can we work closer with parliamentarians and governments? So just, you know, a quick round robin starting with Amy and then Philippe, Odette and then Kiko. How can we work better with parliamentarians and governments to ensure the protection and support for victims?
I think it's important to use the civil society organizations that are already on the ground and operating. Oftentimes, some of these NGOs or victims organizations have already, as Philippe said, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. So if you can go into a community that's been impacted by terrorism and you can support the organizations that are already there and working with funding, with more training, with more providers, then I think you're going to have a much faster transition into that support. And then continuing to use victim voices in policies, which I think everybody's mentioned. And just, you know, it's a human right to feel safe in our bodies. And it's a very important service to be able to support victims in the community in the aftermath of an attack, and to again provide the funding and the commitment for the long-term need, because there's short, medium, and long-term needs, and they change over time. So to have that in the front of mind as well. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Sorry. Yes, I think the associations from represent victims of terrorism are in fact also their voice, and it is general. They build up a kind of expertise. They are daily in it. They know what are the needs of the victims, how it fluctuates, how it evolves with the time, and so the associations can really provide crucial information to the Parliament of what are the needs. I also think in our case, for example, we often represent victims from all different societies, different religions. It doesn't matter. We represent the victims of terrorism. Terrorism is an extremely coward act where they try to kill innocent people. It has nothing to do, in fact, with their revendications. So probably helping the victims is something that stands above politics. It's really about humanity, about society. So we, of course, as associations, we should bring the reality, the facts of what is happening towards the Parliament on a neutral base. It is also the role from the associations to, I would say, to change emotions into rationality so that we can all work and we have to cooperate together in a constructive way. This way we are really connected and legislation is connected to reality, and we can go forward. So I think it's also, as said by my colleagues, it is crucial that we work together, that we build a trust among each other, and this way we can really go forward. Thank you.
Ouais, encore une fois, je vais être réaliste. Nous, les sociétés civiles, on est sur le terrain, on a la connaissance, comme il dit Philippe, on connaît vraiment les besoins des victimes. Mais par contre, tout seul, on ne peut rien faire. Là, on se retrouve, je parle de nous, de notre projet là, par exemple, qu'on mène au Liban et en Irak et qu'on essaye de monter quelque chose en Syrie. Sans fonds, on ne peut rien faire, avec toute la bonne volonté. Et là, on sent que la victime, on s'en lasse de la victime. Et là, les priorités vont, je vais les dire très franchement, au problème des revenants, au problème des camps, au problème des prisonniers qui débordent. Ça, c'est un problème pour les États. Et ça cause des problèmes pour les États. Mais une victime qui pleure seule et qui même à la limite se suicide, elle cause aucun problème. C'est cruel ce que je dis, je suis désolée, mais c'est la réalité du terrain. Et chaque fois qu'on vient demander, on dit les projets, il faut qu'ils pas que seulement qu'ils continuent, il faut qu'ils se développent plus et plus et plus et plus. La seule réponse qu'on a en face, la psychologie, le travail sur les victimes, social cohesion, tout ça, ça ne veut rien dire. On veut des projets qui rapportent de l'argent. Je vous le dis très franchement, c'est ce qu'on entend tous les jours. Et là, tout ce qui nous intéresse, comment réhabiliter les prisonniers et comment faire avec les camps des Daesh. Malheureusement, une crise, elle fait passer une autre crise. Là, maintenant, on est dans la crise ukrainienne. Tout le monde se concentre sur l'Ukraine et on oublie les autres victimes qui sont encore là, que rien n'a bougé. Pour eux, au contraire, ça se dégrade. Du coup, mon seul message, c'est vraiment gardons cette priorité pour ces victimes qui ont payé pour nous tous. Ils n'ont pas payé, eux, parce qu'eux, ils étaient visés. Eux, ils ont représenté la liberté, la démocratie, la liberté, surtout ça. Et ça, c'est notre devoir à nous tous, de ne pas les oublier et d'être à côté d'eux.
Well, I think that the recognition for the victims in terms of public opinion must be united with economical support, but at the end, the victims itself can give the input to the parliamentaries to the right legislation. For example, in Spain, we have from 2001 the law for recognition and comprehensive protection of victims of terrorism, which is an important exponent of the success of this kind of movements, giving the input to the parliamentary to approve the legislation. This law included emotional, psychological, medical, and economical support for the victims. And I think it's a good example. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think some key elements were also brought out there, most particularly in terms of funding, ensuring that victims associations have a sustainable level of funding so that they can actually implement their work. And also this element of value, I should say, about commitment. Amy, you said it, about there being a commitment towards victims, not only in the short term, but over the long term. As we know, victims' needs don't just stop after an attack has been committed, but goes way into the longer term. And therefore, sustainable and viable funding that these associations can have will help to alleviate the needs of victims. And I think, Odette, thank you for giving us a dose of reality. You know, we have to be realistic and, you know, understand the context that we're working in and how we can work with others. And I think, Iko, when you were talking about input to legislation, I think that's really a key practical element that, you know, we can do. So I'd like to thank all the panelists for providing the time to give us their insights from a really unique and personal viewpoint. I think, you know, we've touched on the provisions of the MLP and heard why they're so important, not only to victims, but ensuring that these provisions are really entrenched into national legislations and also articulated in any strategies or action plans that are developed by governments and national authorities. So I think, I'd like to thank you all for taking the time to not only listen to victims, but also I hope that you will reflect and think about what we spoke about here, and take it back to the capitals and perhaps look at how the MLPs can help in strengthening domestic legislation on victims of terrorism. And with that, I close the session for the panel, so thank you all. And I'd like to now open the floor for any statements, comments, or questions. Sorry, the gentleman from Rwanda. I can't see. Is it Rwanda?
Merci Madame pour la parole. Beaucoup de choses ont été dites ici, ont été dites, mais les exposés que nous avons suivis depuis le matin, on a parlé de législation qui n'est pas adéquate dans certains pays, mais je crois que, comme Madame Odette l'a dit, l'a mentionné tout à l'heure, tout ce que nous avons dit ici, on parle, mais il y a l'implication budgétaire. Il y a l'implication budgétaire que le Parlement essaye de contourner. Si je fais le parallélisme des actes de génocide et de crimes contre l'humanité qui ont été commis à gauche, à droite, je suis originaire du Rwanda, nous avons eu un génocide en 1994, il y a eu un génocide dans les Srebrenica, l'ex-Yougoslavie, il y a eu des pays grecs. Mais j'ai vérifié dans les statuts des tribunaux, de ces deux tribunaux ad hoc, il n'y avait pas de place pour les victimes. Pourquoi il n'y avait pas de plainte pour partie civile? Mais la question qui se pose, c'est de savoir qui va payer. Parce qu'il y a la question des responsabilités. Il faut établir les responsabilités. Alors les parlements et les États se contentent à élaborer des législations qui vise à punir, à réprimer, à lutter contre le terrorisme, mais avec le peu de moyens, avec le peu de fonds, la prise en charge des victimes du terrorisme n'est pas en l'ordre de leur priorité. C'est mon point de vue. Parce qu'ils disent, il y a question, il y a l'éducation, il y a la santé, il y a la sécurité, il y a les États qui font des efforts pour protéger leur sécurité, mais la prise en charge des victimes du terrorisme implique et exige les moyens que ces États n'en ont pas. Madame Odette l'a dit, il y a la prise en charge socio-psychologique, on a besoin de thérapeutes, counseling, tout ça, mais la question qui se pose ici, c'est de savoir qui va payer. Alors les gens préfèrent faire fuite en avant. Ils fouillent la question. Si vous lisez toutes les législations, ils vont rédiger les bons textes, parce que la question ici n'est pas de mauvaise loi. Il y a les bonnes législations, il y a les bons textes de loi, ça c'est une chose, mais leur mise en œuvre c'est une autre. Donc, les parlements, par exemple, partout dans le monde entier, ils ont un mandat traditionnel, c'est légiférer et contrôler l'action gouvernementale. Ce sont des parlements qui votent le budget. Mais lorsqu'on observe, dans chaque État, il y a des victimes. Vous avez dit que le terrorisme, c'est un crime international, c'est un fléau mondial. Donc il faut qu'il y ait la coopération entre les États. Lorsqu'il y a terrorisme en Afrique, il y a les États occidentaux qui disent, écoutez, ça c'est pas notre affaire. Et lorsqu'il y a eu terrorisme en Europe, il y a peut-être un État africain qui pourrait dire ça, c'est pas notre affaire. Mais aujourd'hui, à l'issue de cette conférence, il faut qu'il y ait des recommandations très concrètes qui pourraient inciter les États à coopérer, même sur le plan financier. Parce qu'il faut mobiliser des fonds. Parce que la prise en charge des victimes du terrorisme demande les efforts, mais aujourd'hui, ces efforts je ne vois pas, ça vient d'où? Qui est responsable? Ça implique les responsabilités. Donc les parlements font la fuite, ils laissent de côté la question de prise en charge des victimes parce que ça demande de l'argent, ça demande de l'expertise, notamment les psychologues qui vont être payés, ce sont des experts. J'ai vu là où les victimes doivent être représentées en justice, ce sont des organisations de la société civile qui payent les avocats. Les États, je ne sais pas, ils regardent d'ailleurs, ce n'est pas leur affaire. Donc il faut mobiliser des fonds. C'est le problème que Mme Odette a mentionné est très crucial. Voilà, c'était ça mon intervention.
Thank you very much, Senator from Rwanda. And absolutely, we agree with you. And I think, as you know, this was echoed throughout all the panelists' answers. The earmarked funds for victims and victim associations is crucial in order to ensure that they are provided with adequate services. So thank you for that. I continue to open the floor for any other interventions. No? Okay, so thank you very much, everyone. And now I officially close session 2 of this conference and hand the floor back to Mauro.
Thank you very much, Denise. I think I want to thank personally all of the panelists for this very, very interesting session. And I think we'll have a lot to reflect on tomorrow in the other sections, and precisely taking the recommendation of this honorable from Rwanda, really look tomorrow into what kind of very concrete recommendation we can make at the regional level. We have about 14 regional assemblies, parliamentary assemblies, who can really promote themselves a number of actions, and any of each of you at the national level. I have myself a number of ideas that I will like to share with you tomorrow, so that we can then concretely address even a plan of action that can bring this to very specific outcomes and really tangible results. And for that, as it has been mentioned today, for me it is critical that we put victims at the center of the state's counterterrorism action. And parliaments continue to vote counterterrorism measures, so they should also be able to do so while victims are put in the center of any counterterrorism efforts. We will resume tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Please, Gennaro, absolutely.
Not only thanks me too, the panelists of this session, because it was really interesting to take some suggestion, and myself as a parliamentarian, I experienced the difficulty to have some laws that have the right impact on the life of people that is a victim of terrorism. But I guess that, for example, in our country, we approved some very good laws to protect the victim of terrorism, but we have to enlarge this kind of laws also to the people that was hit by terrorist attack out of our country. But in any case, in my opinion, the problem is related not only to the budget, that is of course necessary, but is also to the public debate. Because in the public debate, maybe the most impact as narrative is on prevention and repression. That's why this conference, and I thank so much Mauro, Denise, and all the responsible of this very important conference, is to high the level to debate on the victims. That's a crucial point, because budget is the consequence of the pressure of the public opinion, and thanks to the organization of civil society, we can put in our parliaments more strength to change the legislation. So thanks so much, and I hope that this recommendation can be write down and to distribute to all our colleagues in Parliament. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Gennaro, very much. I wanted even to add on what you said also because of the mention of the funding. This morning we heard from the ambassador of Spain to Italy that Spain is leading also internationally. Unfortunately, there have been several attempts in the past to pass in the General Assembly of the UN some kind of resolution that would establish an international trust fund for victims of terrorism. Well, there will be a new attempt this summer, and Spain is leading particularly on the diplomatic work to try to establish such international fund in support of victims of terrorism. And I think that will be also critical from the international community to give a strong signal that victims and victims associations deserve also financial support for their very important work. So there is a lot that could be done, and hopefully these events can contribute to raise awareness and to, as quoting Gennaro, to make even pressure on public servants like you are, like parliamentarians are, to take then important actions. So with that, I really thank all of you for the attention and your participation today. I was saying tomorrow we will start at 9 o'clock here. So the doors will be open as of 8 o'clock. So feel free to come earlier if you wish. Please bring these with you. So tomorrow morning there is no need to recheck the passports. We can do as we did after lunch, just enter for the security controls, and then we just enter into the room. So don't forget your badges and bring it tomorrow with you. We now go for a reception slash dinner. It's also a reception, but we thought still to have some additional nice gathering. It's a very nice terrace, another one. Rome is very famous for the terrace, and so that's also very beautiful. It's a walking distance. It's about 10 to 12 minutes walking. So now it's not that warm, so we could walk all together directly from now. We thought it was easier to, since we finish on time, to then start the reception earlier, so we will go directly until maybe later you have even more time to go to Fontana di Trevi or whatever you want to visit in Rome. So David, Bushra, we will be escorting all of you, and we go directly to the reception, which is, in any case for you, at the rooftop restaurant in the hotel, which is called the Bristol Hotel up in Piazza Bernini, where there is a beautiful, one of the famous fountain in Rome, which was done by Bernini. Sorry, Piazza Barberini. And then you they go around the city. The city, yeah. The square is called Piazza Barberini, and the hotel is the Bristol Bernini. Thank you.